take from this tournament. So that is the situation. Thanks again and all the best to the end in the future. So that's the situation here, the news. Jamaica won the toss and they will bat first. So there you have it. The Jamaicans opting to bat first after winning the toss, and as you can see, they're already out in the middle, and we're getting ready for the first ball. And right away, bang on target, the impressive Selena Ross for the Windward Islands. She's had a good tournament so far, but like most of the teams and most of the bowlers, it's been a mixed bag. Most times you produce really good deliveries and then spoil it with a wide or something out of the ordinary. Here she goes again, 2 and 2 for her. And of course, Kristen Sutherland just kind of hanging back on the back foot. She's not really pushing out, trying to cover any kind of movement off the wicket. And again, so it's the same thing. It's like 3 in a row for her. As we welcome you once again to the Dingo Martin Sporting Complex. I'm Ross Kamark, working along with Basso. And this has been very impressive so far, Basso, from Selena Ross.
Morning, Ross. Good morning to everyone, wherever you're viewing. And Selena Ross is one of those players that I've had my eye on for the last couple of years.
That's a strong appeal there, but the umpire is not interested, possibly pitching outside leg.
And also probably going down leg as well. She's getting a bit of a movement, that natural left arm seam movement that you will always get. And I think she's bowling from the right end as well. We know that breeze comes from the east. Left to right on your screen as you look at the batter. So it's going to aid her drifting that ball into the right-handed Sutherland.
And again, this has been a very impressive over. In fact, if you put the entire tournament in total, this would probably go down as one of the better first overs. In fact, I could venture to say it's probably the best so far, because we've had, 4 deliveries, and all of them have been, been right there, thereabouts, and she hasn't wavered at all. And again, so in fact, all 6 deliveries, and that is very, very impressive. It's a maiden over to start with, and unlike Mitchell Stark, he had 3 wickets. And the West Indies was behind the 8 ball from the get-go.
I don't think the viewing and listening public want to hear you mention 2 days ago. But definitely, Selena Ross, as I mentioned, one of those young players. This would be the 3rd year that we've been around the Under-19 Rising Stars Women's Tournament. And she's one that I saw even 2 years ago. And I said to myself, she has all the makings of becoming a world-class bowler. And took a look at her while she was going through her warm-ups, while you were doing the toss, and everything she did in those warm-ups came to fruition in that first over.
Really looks an amazing prospect, and I'm sure it's somebody that they will be keeping their eyes on, so to speak. Delisha Francois.
Loud appeal.
Again.
Struck on the pad, and following up the good work from Selena Ross in the first over, Francois bang on target. Unlike Selena Ross, when you look at Francois going through her bowling, she doesn't naturally complete her run-up. Doesn't really run through the crease as Selena Ross does.
And they're going to get a single here and a wide, it looks like. Yep. But she's one of those who, well, the illusion is that she's bowling off the wrong foot. And we always say that anybody that doesn't have a quote-unquote orthodox delivery stride, but she does have a little hop and skip, but she gets side on when she does that. And when she completes her action, it's pretty decent. Not a long run-up.
It's a better delivery.
Yeah, she's. I think we've seen a number of. Well, again, and that's what this tournament was designed for, to showcase talent, and for these opportunities, for these youngsters to get the opportunity to do just that. And she's among those who has grown as the tournament progressed.
And when you point out situations like that where you have those players that are evolving as tournaments go on, it lends more credence to having more and more of these type of tournaments.
And unfortunately therefore, the wicketkeeper couldn't really haul it in there, George.
You want to see them playing a lot more cricket. And it's not a situation like when I was in school, for example. We didn't have many opportunities to follow through on sports as a career, but these young ladies do have that opportunity now.
Again, she's really consistent. Apart from one or two, the one down the leg side and the one wide outside the off stump, she's been, again, searching for the stumps. They've been close to the stumps, and I think that is, especially at this level, that's a good trait to have. If you could attack the stumps, you'll always be in business, because a lot of times the batter will hit across the line. Here she's again finding the inner portion of the bat.
Yeah, she just seems to you say she gets into a good position at delivery stride, but she just seems to fall away just a bit in her delivery stride. And that lends itself to sometimes pushing the ball a little bit too much down the leg side, or pulling it or dragging it wide.
Actually, she pushes it forward without loss at the end of the over. Yeah, because she gets, even though she starts side on, she turns her body to deliver the ball. So she almost pushing the ball. She's almost pushing the ball. Yeah, she's almost always pushing the ball across her body. So the hand isn't fully behind the ball, the wrist position. Unlike Ross, who continues to impress.
We talk about the bowling actions, and we talked about Selena Ross in her last over. Those are some of the things I'd like to see from her as she develops. She's still quite young, still a baby and in the infancy of her career. Just subtle changes in her wrist position, and probably bringing the arm just off the perpendicular a bit to help her aid swinging the ball a little bit more.
And that's another good delivery. But
this
time she's given out. Yep. Again, she was teasing that all along, searching for it and attacking the stumps, and that is one of the strengths that I was referencing. If you stay on the stumps a lot, you're going to have success, because a lot of the batters tend to go across the line of the ball invariably, and that is exactly what happened here. Look at where the bat is compared to where the ball is. She would have had to come across the ball to find it. And she was late getting there, and that is the end of Morgan.
You feel like it was not long in coming. She's been good so far, Selena Ross. Monica Reed, the vice captain, has made her way to the middle. And Jamaica, this is the final round robin day, round 5 of matches in the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under 19, and all to play for Jamaica because they're fighting for a spot to get into the top 2. They're third on the table. And this is not necessarily the start I think they envisioned when Bryce won the toss and said we're going to have a bat first. Of course, Leewards and Barbados presently 1 and 2 on the table.
But this is so good from Ross to just to keep the pressure on, not giving anybody anything easy, making them work for it. You look at her again. Yeah, if anything, that right arm, it drops down fairly quickly. So she's basically just relying on her balance of her feet position to get her in, but she has a nice repeatable action that she can work with. Again, it's really just for her to understand her own mechanics and how she can improve on it and how she could take pressure off the legs, because quite a few of the youngsters to get injured and they don't know why they're getting injured. And sometimes just little things that they're doing or not doing that might be the reason for it. And that's why you need coaches with trained eyes so they could see and spot things before the problem arises. And that way you could save a career or fast track a career by just a subtle little tweak. But that problem is that's not unique to her. There's a lot of people who, with that same issue, that's well played in the end. Although, again, she was just dropping the bat in it read and trying to flick it off her hip or her knees there. And she eventually got bat on ball, but no run. The end of the over, and it's 5 for 1 now after 3.
Take a look at, as you mentioned, a repeatable action. Nice, steady run up.
Because see, the hand doesn't go very high. It just comes across her chest, that right arm. She doesn't carry it up. She just kind of puts it there and then drops it. But again, like I said, when she sees herself, she'd understand where she's going. That's another beauty, that one. Again, most of the batters, they tend to just hang on the back foot. And there you saw Sutherland doing the same thing. She just stayed on the back foot, and luckily for her, the ball hit the edge and it went down. So these ladies obviously must be thinking a big score. They need to improve their net run rate, and not just a big score, but they need to score quickly as well. And that would help.
Of course, Jamaica are one of the few teams in this tournament that have managed to bat out their overs, their 35 overs, and they've crossed 100. Not many of the other teams throughout the tournament. Of course, it's a short tournament, just 5 games, and then the finals day. So they have that going for them, Jamaica. That they do have a batting lineup that they can almost rely on to get them through and to a substantial total. As you mentioned, their run rate is in the negative.
Yeah, that has been their big problem there. They've lost a lot of wickets. This is good bowling. Look at how much pressure she's putting on Reed there, because Reed has to make a decision almost every ball whether to play or not to play, and most times she's being forced to play.
It's been impressive from Francois and Ross. You can see their plan, not so much
This
that
could
one.
be problems. All she has to do is catch the ball well I was just making that point. The throw just needed to be a simple one, straight at her, but it was so close to the stump that maybe the stump got in the way. She just needed to get it into the hands of the keeper, and that is probably what it is. The ball was so close to the stump.
She had given up the
Yep.
ghost.
So she probably thought it was going to hit the stump, and it just hit her hand and then just ricocheted. But a big, big miss there for the Windward Islands. And that was really curtains for Reed there. She didn't have a chance.
Yeah, she had given up the ghost. She had made about 4 steps down the pitch. And when she turned, by the time she turned, the ball was on its way in. Just unfortunate the wicketkeeper could not collect. And
she's going around the wicket here, and I don't know, like it's throwing off her rhythm a little bit.
yeah, but you can see that the plans are clear for Francois and Ross. Attack the stumps. Get it as straight as possible.
Got another good delivery. You could see her thinking that she had gone past the bat there, striking the pad. But the bat came down just in the nick of time. You know, a short while ago I was looking up on the hills there and I saw smoke. And now it was gone. And that's another good delivery. She's right there, thereabouts, not giving her much to work with. The one ball that she kind of drifted wide with was the one that almost resulted in the run-out. But other than that, it's been a very consistent bowling effort from both of them, Francois as well as Ross. The over comes to an end. 4 completed. It's 7 for 1. Well, that's another good delivery. Another loud appeal, but not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, I think this one probably just touching down just outside the leg stump. But again, Ross, you can see she has her clear plans, probably just outside leg, and also missing the leg stump by a long way, that one. But you can see her plans are clear, and she's keeping it simple. Of course, the chase is on for Jamaica in the table. They're running behind Leewards and Barbados, who are 1 and 2. And the Leeward Islands are already 23 for 1 after 3 overs. And I think Leewards are the one who's second. So they're really the ones Jamaica are hoping loses in that fixture.
Are they second or are they first? Barbados, I think, are the ones second. They have a net run rate. Yeah, I think Barbados are the ones who are second. And a little wider on this occasion. Yeah, the Leeward Islands are first with on 12 points, the same as Barbados, but their net run rate is 2.949 as opposed to 2.589. So they're just slightly ahead. That's another peach of a delivery. Again, attacking that pad, that front pad there, and the batters are having a hard time negotiating those deliveries because that's the little blind spot that the left-handers thrive on for the right-handed batters. You just they have to open up a little bit, and sometimes they move the head and not the body, and that is where they can easily lose sight of the ball, especially if she's moving the ball back into the right-hander. There she goes, just as I was thinking, and we mentioned Mitchell Stark. Well, that's a stark resemblance there. Sutherland goes, bowled, neck and crop for 2.
Trinidad and Tobago, West Indies, and the world I'm telling you, look out, this young lady, Selena Ross, she is going to be a handful as she goes through her career. And you can see not just getting the line right, but getting the aid of a gentle breeze and getting that shape into the batter, playing down the wrong line there, leaving the gate open and walking right through that gate and plucking the leg stump out. Selena Ross, take a bow. She's been unsung this morning, Erskine.
Yeah, she's been really impressive, and it just shows. And like I said, the more she plays, is the better she'll get. The more comfortable she will get with her action, just a general game. And so it's so good that they're able to get this going, get this much cricket under their belts. Judine Ebanks. So another talented batter at the crease, but she's up against it here. And just touching down outside the legs. But certainly Ebanks, she's shaped well, but again, the moving ball could be a real handful for most batters in this age group. So I'm not surprised that Ross is creating some problems for them.
She's not going to mind that, a low full toss, of course. You understand why she's pitching it up there, looking for that movement. Of course, the movement she's getting through the air. She's gotten reward 2 wickets already in the morning, Selena Ross.
No, she just has to relax and bowl. You know, that's what a good action allows you to do. Just continue to put the ball there and don't change anything. Just let the batters dictate what they want to do. 9 for 2 after 5.
Of course, you can see that she's high on confidence and in good rhythm. When you see that last delivery, you can see where she followed through right down the pitch. And even the wicket delivery, she's halfway to the batters. That tells you she's in good rhythm and following through. And that's one of the things that I saw from Selena last year and year before. And I thought that, you know, she was not finishing the run-up. And it's good to see that over the years she's been able to make improvements and she's gotten better. And for West Indies cricket, we can only hope that she continues to stay fit, as you mentioned, and get better.
That's well bowled. And if you look at, you can see Francois is still having a little bit of an issue bowling around the wicket. She delivered that last ball. Her front foot was closer to the stump than it was to the crease in front of her. So she's a good, almost a good foot behind where it's like her front foot is just cutting the line, that return crease there with the stump. It's amazing. I suppose you could say she cannot bowl a no ball from there, but she's having a problem with her knee, it looks like. And I saw her pulling the strap. It looked like it's heavily strapped. And there she goes. Because I saw her tugging at it in between deliveries in the previous over, and there is the evidence. There is a strapping on there, or some kind of a knee band. And I think they're going to call for the physio here. Yeah. It's so sad because she's been bowling very well in spite of the discomfort. And I tell you what, I don't wish a knee injury on anybody. It's just something that...
A bit of familiarity.
Yeah, it nags at you, man. You don't forget because it's constant.
Also, I think the benefit she has, she's still young, so she should be all right. The body should be able to recover a little bit better than if she was probably my age.
Well, the thing is that there are all sorts of, how should I say, modern or improvements in medicine to assist with the injuries. Of course, the obvious thing is to take a painkiller, but that doesn't solve the problem. It just eases it for a bit. And in her case, because she's in the middle of bowling now, of course the blood is hot, so she's probably not going to feel it as much.
Not
but
yet.
when you see
Tonight,
she cools down.
back in the hotel, she's going to know that, hey, there's a problem here.
Yeah, because right now she probably wants to strap back on that knee brace and continue bowling. And like I said, that's because the blood is hot, the adrenaline is flowing, she's bowling well, and she knows that her team needs her right now. And, courageously, she will strap it on and continue, just as I suspected. But it's clear that she was in some discomfort there, to the point where she couldn't even stand on her legs. She had to sort of sit down just to get off the leg. Hey, but they have the magic spray. That always works.
Always works.
Yep.
A bit of a signal from umpire Laurie, Melissa Laurie from Antigua, standing at the southern end, and Lyndon Rajkumar, the Saparia boy from deep south, is at square leg. On-field officials.
There she goes again. I'm still amazed how far behind the crease she's bowling from. If she was to get up a little bit closer, she would probably be obviously a little quicker to the batter. Might probably be able to beat them for pace, even though she's not like lightning quick. But because she's so consistent, and look at it, she's right on target, but she's not happy. I could tell that she's probably just a little concerned about the knee, and when you're bowling, you don't want to be worried about anything like that. You just want to focus and concentrate on the job at hand, where you're going to put the next ball. And that's another good delivery, pushing out there, forcing Reed to come on to the front foot.
It's good from Captain Philip. She's put a slip in place, so she's given Francois a target. She's told her, listen, you round the wicket, put the ball on the spot, invite the batter to come forward, probably get that edge.
And that's well bowled again, just stifled up, probably too high, and also probably just drifting towards leg stump. She completes her third over, 17 dot balls inside of there, just 6 runs conceded, and at the end of 6, it's 9 for 2. A maiden.
And what she's done well, you mentioned it during the over, is that she's bowled well. She hasn't gotten the reward just yet, but she's backed up Selena Ross, who's at the other end, taking the wickets. And sometimes as a fielding team, you just let the pressure slip away. We talk about batting partnerships. Sometimes we forget you have to bowl in partnerships as well. And all the good work from Selena Ross at the northern end could have been undone by bad overs from Francois, but she's done well, keeping the batters at bay.
Yeah, that is what the captain and the coaches really would like to see, is that you keep pressure at both ends, and it doesn't matter who gets the wickets. And you want to be able to deny the batters as much as possible, and if you could do it from both ends, and you're in the business. 2 for 3, this is really Stark-like. What is it with these left-handers?
If we're Australian and you're reading that, it's actually exactly as the Stark's figures were, 3 for 2.
Very well bowled again, really keeping the pressure on, and that's so good to see. And you were just calling out the scores there with the Leeward Islands and Barbados, which is probably the feature game of this final round of matches. Trinidad and Guyana is another team, two mid-table teams.
Yeah.
And then these are the two teams kind of like at the bottom of the, well, Jamaica mid-table as well. The Windwards at the bottom with just 2 points. That's gorgeous bowling again. It's you cannot help but be impressed with what you're seeing from these two. Sometimes you wonder if you could even get senior club cricketers to bowl like this. You just want them to put the ball down, right there, thereabouts, and limit options for batsmen.
And again, I mentioned it earlier. I looked at her during her warm-ups. She's not going to mind that full toss because she's looking for that swing. But I looked at her while we were downstairs for the toss, and she was putting the ball on the spot through her warm-ups. And that's an important factor for many young cricketers. What you practice is what you do on the field.
Well, the thing is, and this is where I think, I'm sure if we were to speak to her coach or coaches, back home, as well bowled again, well played also, but no run. They will tell you that they don't want to tinker with her bowling action in that regard. However, if you look at it, you can't help. It's almost like the hand goes across the body, and then she just swings it back across to free up the left arm to come over. When in truth and in fact, you wanted to carry that right arm up to brace the back and then use the full swing. Because she does have good hip movement. That's well played in the end. Brilliant effort there.
Yeah, good bit of fielding in the covers as well.
Yeah, finally, they break the sequence of dot balls. So 10 for 2 now at the end of over number 7.
You mentioned those are the games in the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 final match day. And Trinidad and Guyana haven't gotten on the way. I understand there's rain in central Trinidad. That game is at the National Cricket Centre in Couva.
This was one of the games that was removed from Gilbert Park.
Yeah, it was moved back to the NCC.
I think they moved the 2 go over from my memory. I don't know if you might just
Yeah, so that game, I think Trinidad and Tobago in this tournament, a little bit unfortunate weather-wise, of course. Their first couple of games were rained out. You mentioned them being mid-table. But their last game, they managed to win by 10 wickets, which I thought was good from a batting perspective for Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, that other game, though, the Leewards and Barbados, number 1 and number 2 on the table. The Leewards are really, well, they started well. They were scoring at over 6 runs to the over. Campbell Apale is 21 from 18 deliveries. Their captain, Jazara Claxton, just dismissed. And Catherine Rosarian also dismissed right after Claxton. So going from 30 for 1 after 5 overs, 37 for 3.
And that's because they are shot makers. Those 2 you just called there, they are all aggressive batters. This is Gilbert Amaya. And immediately she's on target. And so a lot of work went into those couple of days that these players had off over the weekend.
I'll give you a guess who took the wickets for Barbados.
I would imagine it's the daughter of the former West Indies opening bowler. That's why bowled again, keeping it on target.
Actually, young Collymore in that Barbados team is actually a wicket keeper. It's quite strange that they do 2 young Collymores, Corey's daughters, aren't bowlers per se. They haven't followed in Daddy's footsteps. Actually, the 3 wickets going to Erin Dean, who is one of those young bowlers that, again, over the last couple of years, I've been really impressed to see how she's been developing her game. And when you think of her being a spin bowler as well, and the likes of Affie Fletcher, who's getting down in age, this is what you want to see coming out of the Rising Stars tournaments in the AF just for a bit. So Erin Dean, 3 for 14 from her first 3 overs.
Now the Kyra Colimo is a bowler. She's an opening bowler.
Right, and the other one is the wicket
is
keeper.
wicket
Yeah,
keeper,
there you go.
But the Kyra bowls, and she bowls just like the father. She walks like the father. Everything. That's Daddy's girl. This one is in the air, and she's out. Simple catch. Trying to force the issue there, Ebanks. Not able to get it away, and a comfortable catch taken by the bespectacled. You can see her there. She looks like Clive Lloyd back in the day, and boy, is she happy. And certainly a big wicket this. And it's really the pressure. Ebanks has been there for a while, but she hasn't been able to get the ball away much. And that, as they say, is that real jubilation.
Yes. Our producer just said, "Who would have thought?" But when you look back at the shot as well too, she was not there to the ball either. So just really throwing the hands at the ball, as you mentioned, the pressure of those 6 overs from Selena Ross and Francois. Was it 34 dot balls between them? And that's what pressure does. And of course, Jamaica, they are under pressure. The pressure is on them if they want to be in that final right here in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex on Saturday. Of course, where 1 and 2 will play for the championship. So that pressure lending itself for that shot.
Abigail Bryce is the new batter.
Of course,
captain.
One of the more experienced players in the team. So a lot is going to rest on her shoulders here.
And again, trying to just go across the line of the ball ever so slightly. So the over comes to an end. 8 in the books. It's 10 for 3.
And this is really good bowling from the Windwards. Young ladies, because their opening bowlers, bar 1 or 2 wides from Francois, have been spot on. And then Amaya Gilbert has come into the attack and immediately right on spot. And that delivery probably, if anything, she could have probably gotten the front leg across to the off stump a little bit more, got herself closer to the ball, but take nothing away from Gilbert. It was that type of delivery that invited that type of shot. And she's been spot on wicket to wicket and just adding to the pressure. So as Selena Ross gets her rest from the northern end, Francois is going to get her rest from the southern end.
Jadea Terrell is the... Jada Terrell.
In fact, she's going to be replacing Selena Ross, and Gilbert has replaced Francois.
We're in the big number 66.
The number of the number 1 test batter in the world, Joe Root. So spin from one end, seam from the other. And she'll not want to let up on the pressure built by her opening bowlers. It's a bit of a hold up here.
Yeah, she's just trying to make sure that she gets everything right.
Yeah, so the wicketkeeper just ushering a couple of fielders, a couple of steps. That's Keela George. So just getting everything spot on. And she starts spot on.
Yeah, Terrell is very... You can see she's raw, but again, it's the kind of work that they're putting in, because I mean, even though they're in the tournament, it's kind of like a continuum for these young ladies. You could see improvement as they go along, and so the deeper they go into the tournament, the better.
A bit of a fumble from George behind the stumps, allowing, did it come off the bat or pad? What is Raj Kumar going to signal it? Is a signal the wide. So it didn't take anything on the way through.
The way runs have been hard to come by, they're going to take that with a smile. Because it really has been a very impressive bowling display. And when you consider Jamaica, 12 for 3 now, you remember they had that missed run out. That could have added even more pressure on the Jamaican top order. So the current rate is 1.47. And they need to improve their net run rate.
Yeah, this is not going to help. Of course, from a Jamaican perspective, they're glad for this. What did this touch going through? Did it touch anything going through?
No.
Nope, wides again. And our producer just whispered in my ear and pointed to the screen that Monica Reid has been there for 16 deliveries and she has not been able to get off the mark. And I think it's one of the dangers. You talk about going through the tournament. I think it's one of the dangers and downsides to a short tournament like this. You look at a batter in a limited overs game, 16 deliveries. I'll come back to it.
And that's well played. That's going to run away for 4 runs. That's a good shot. And she picked it up on the way past her. And it took her a while to get off the mark. But here she goes with the first boundary.
Well worth the wait to get off the mark. But of course, I mean, shots like these, she's just paddled it around the corner. And you can see that there is, as you mentioned about the bowler, there is raw talent to work with. The danger in a short tournament like this is there's very little you can do from a batting perspective or a bowling perspective to adjust or get batters to adjust. And it's more about mindset. Because in a limited overs game, of course, this is under 19 level, and some of these girls are going to feature for the West Indies under 19 team later in the year when they prepare for the next under 19 World Cup. And you want them getting into the correct mindsets from now. You should not be taking 17 deliveries to get off the mark.
Well, we would love that for a test team, wouldn't we? We would long for a batsman to take 17 deliveries to get off the mark.
I think Ruskin is really hurt by the results of this week. This is about the 6th time that he's made a reference to 2 days ago out in Jamaica with our senior team.
Well, it's cricket, and you're seeing the correlation as to, one approach to the next, sort of. But I understand it's limited overs cricket, so you want to go, scoring. The problem that she faces is that 3 of her top batters are back in the pavilion already. So she's trying to balance attack with defense, but she also wants to stop the bleeding in terms of the wickets. So the radar is becoming a little bit better for Tyrell.
Yeah, this is good from her. She's another one I was looking at in her warm-ups, and I'm glad to see that she's completing her bowling action and following through, which she wasn't doing all the time in warm-ups. But good energy through the crease and getting that radar right. The plans are simple, and they're executing the Windward's bowlers.
And even then, they're going to go for a quick single, and they'll get it too. That's good running, because she didn't hit it hard. And now they're going to get an overthrow almost.
Thought about it for a moment.
But I think Reid had turned her back slightly, and it's only when she got the call, then she looked up. An indication that you always have to be looking for runs.
No, it's come like 3 deliveries later on from the boundary, but that is the mindset you want them getting into. You've gotten a boundary in the over. The next delivery, is it there? Can I get another boundary? If not, I'm looking for a single. It's a lovely shot, but no timing.
Yep, Ross is in the way to deny them a single. That ends the over. 9 completed, it's 19 for 3.
course, earlier in the morning, Jamaica winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. And they're chasing the Leeward Islands on the points standings, hoping to get into the finals here on Saturday between the number 1 and number 2 team.
Actually, it's the Leeward's batting right now.
Yeah. Yep. The score now, actually in that game, Leewards are 53 for 4.
Yeah,
53 for 4.
And even Guyana having a tough time of it against Trinidad and Tobago. They're 5 for 2.
Is it Amrita's name I'm seeing there?
2 quick wickets there. Crystal Durant is still there, but Jada Fraser and Sienna Bakoye, who was one of their mainstays in the last game, she is back in the pavilion.
Maya Gilbert continues at the southern end or the main road end.
Gilbert in the hat. She doesn't take off the hat to bowl. There's the cap.
And Nisa Mohammed used to bowl with the hat. Yeah, my producer just telling me that Amrita Ramtahal got the 2 wickets so far for Trinidad and Tobago. And she's another one that is mightily impressive. And if she's gotten 2 early wickets, Guyana are going to be in trouble because Brianna Haricharan still has to bowl. And at that rate, they may not even get to Brianna's overs. But Ramtahal, another one of those young fast bowlers that is coming through really nicely and seems to be improving every time she takes the field.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see the improvements, and you want them to get into the habit of producing good performances. They may not win all the time. They may not always get 5 wickets, but at least you want to see them showing their quality.
Yeah, especially for players, and I had this conversation recently with one of the former senior team players, West Indies senior team players, and they're saying what they wanted to see a little bit more in the tournament are those more experienced players and those who have had a quick single here and completed quite easily, mid-off back on the long-off fence. We're saying that they wanted to see more of those senior players who've had some of the international experience as well really dominate the tournament, as 10 overs now completed, 20 for 3, Jamaica under 19.
Yeah, this is not what Jamaica wanted, because if you're trying to bolster your run rate, at some point they're going to have to step on the gas here. They're currently going at 2 and over. I think they would probably much prefer to get that up to 4 and over, if not higher.
Yeah, they probably at the beginning of the day they were thinking probably 150 in their 35 overs. Should do well towards upping that run rate. 20 for 3, that 150 is miles away.
Well, they could still get it. The problem is you've already lost 3 wickets, so whoever is there are really going to have to do 2 things: score heavily, but somehow find a way to preserve wickets.
And the lady at the non-strikers and who's going to get strike now, quick single to start the Tyrell over. This young lady, Abigail Bryce, I think a lot is going to be resting on her shoulders. This would be the 3rd season that she's been in this Jamaican team. So one of the more senior players, if you will, and one with more experience, and that's part of why she's the captain of the team. And a lot of responsibilities on her shoulders. And it's about steadying the ship first of all, and then making some progress. Nice in-swinger.
Boulder, brilliant delivery. And again, you could just see it. She doesn't have all the tools just yet. She hasn't worked it out just yet. But every so often, just from the way she approaches the game, look at her. She's so overcome with emotion, she can't even stand up. But what a delivery to get rid of the captain Bryce for no score.
Yeah, and again, the plans are simple and they are executing every one of the Windward's bowlers full and straight. You miss, I'm going to hit. And that's exactly what happened. And we were just talking about the responsibility on her shoulders. And Abigail Bryce will play no more part with the bat in the game. And Windward's definitely on top in this one. Fourth wicket now down. And
only 21 runs on the board.
They will probably do well. We were talking about getting to 150. They'll probably do well to get over 50 at this rate. And definitely not what Jamaica wanted. But of course, it is the Windwards though. They have come out with their plan. They've come out with confidence and they've executed from ball one. And I think that's just pushed the Jamaica back a bit.
Yeah, Daniel Boer is the new batter. She replaces her captain, Bryce, who's just bowled neck and crop by Tyrell, Jada Tyrell. She took a catch, she has a wicket. Life is great.
You can see there, look where she's following through, Ruskin. She is, you said she was ecstatic when she took the wicket. That adrenaline is pumping.
Yeah, she's, like I said, it's just raw material. You could see it. It's how do you harness that? How do you develop it?
And you can see how athletic she is as well. It's looking at her body structure, you can see that she is a solid young lady.
And it also suggests that she's not just a cricketer, that she probably plays another sport. It might be netball or football or something else, but you could just tell there's like a whole appetite towards the game. She just wants to get back to her mark and start to running again. And because her action isn't the smoothest, the run-up isn't the smoothest, the whole delivery isn't, it's hands and legs all over the place. But it's something that you could work with. But she's one of those that you're going to really have to try to correct some of the mechanics for her, because she to avoid scenarios like that where she doesn't, it's a no ball because of the height. And so we already saw one young lady pulled out of the attack for bowling 2 high full tosses.
Yeah, some of these things you expect when you get into the age group cricket. Yeah. So free hit coming.
And she does well. And now here's what she has to do now. How does she repeat that delivery? And but because they know the run-up isn't smooth, it's not graceful by any stretch of the imagination. So you kind of like take what you get from her because you're never quite sure how it's going to come out of her hand. And but like I said, this is how you take her, kind of show her, what she's doing wrong, show her what she's doing well, and then just show her where she could improve, and show her the balls that when she gets it right, where they go, and when she doesn't, how it goes astray. And that's well bowled again. And you wanted to kind of bottle that and say, this is what is required, and come back and repeat it over and over and over. 24 for 4 now after 11.
Leeward Islands slipping further into some problems. They're now 5 wickets down. 59 for 5. They're now getting through the 12th over.
Well, that's the thing with the Leeward Islands. They score quickly. But that's because they have some really big hitters.
Erin Dean taking another wicket, and she's on for a 5-fer.
And that's the danger. Because they're all shot makers, they just continue playing shots.
I think I rather, I think maybe it's the baseball mentality, but I rather that you play the shots, and if you know that that's your way of playing the game, you play the game.
Oh, that's a beauty. I'm not quite sure if Reed knew where that one passed because she was groping coming forward, long forward, only to see the ball just spin away from the outside edge.
Maya Gilbert, one of the more senior players in this Windward Islands team. And again, you can look at Gilbert going through a spell. And this one, she bowls a lot quicker. You see that's the concept of you bowl the ball slower, it's going to turn. This one a little bit quicker, not much turn on offer. But she's improved quite a lot. Putting the ball right on the spot. What you call the perfect spinner's length. And so far in her 2.5 overs, varying her pace really well, Amaya Gilbert.
Yeah, she's pretty consistent with her line. Her length has been pretty good also. And I won't be surprised though if Reed chances a hand with her, if she pitches one up, that Reed isn't going to take the beat. That is the end of another good over. 24 for 4 now at the end of 12. The players are going to get some refreshment, so we'll take a break and come back after this. Let's welcome you back here. The players have been refreshed, and we're getting ready for the start of over number 13. Jamaica in a spot of bother here at 24 for 4. This is not going according to plan, but we'll see what transpires. As they try to tighten up here, or at least loosen the shackles just a little bit. Is Guider small. Just not, again, probably needs a couple deliveries before she can get everything in sync. And that's a gift outside the legs, and she was not going to miss out on that one. Ball got into her wicket and just literally helped it on its way.
Yeah, this is going to bring a little bit of hope here for Jamaica that they can still get to a respectable total. And of course, during that water break, you saw the head coach down there with the batters, and probably just calming them down. And now that you don't have Ross and Francois bowling, this may be their opportunity, Jamaica, to take advantage of some of probably the weaker bowlers in the bowling lineup.
Yeah, Small just trying to make the adjustments here. They're now putting in a backward square, but they also have a square leg just to the right of the umpire and a meter or two behind the umpire. They haven't settled yet whether they want her to the left of the umpire or to the right of the umpire. Now she's going back behind.
That's Selena Ross. You don't want her moving too much. She's going to have some energy to bowl later on.
So they finally agreed that she should be at mid-wicket. And that's well played. Again, just going across the line of the ball, though, and this is, I suppose, going to be very interesting to see if Small can just pitch a couple, because she does give it generous flight, and especially if she starts it maybe off stump, just outside the off stump, but flight it and see how they respond to it, how the Jamaican batters react to the ball, the flighted delivery. And chances are they're probably going to throw the bat at it. Now, this is the dangerous lady here, because one, she can hit the ball a mile, and two, she's left-handed, so she's going with the tide for the leg break.
Yeah, the only thing she'll have to be aware of is hitting against the breeze if she's going leg side with the turn of the ball. You can just see out in the distance the flags fluttering.
Yeah, the Jamaica flag is limp right now. Down the wicket she goes. That's a great shot, but again, does it have the legs to get to the boundary? Just pull back. In the end, they're going to go for 3. And that's good running all the same. Not much that Tyrell could do. She pulled it back nicely, but couldn't prevent them from getting the 3 runs. The end of the over, 33 for 4 at the end of 13.
Yeah, nice looking shot. And one of the more harder shots to play, that inside out over extra cover. Executed it well enough to earn them 3 runs. And you can just see the Jamaican batters just seem to be a little bit more settled since the drinks break. And I was wondering, even prior to that drinks break, how much of the 33 for 4, how much of those 4 wickets going down from a Jamaican perspective is it mental? Were the girls nervous? Do they have too much on their mind, the fact that they need to get their run rate up and above that of Leeward's?
Yeah, well, all of that could be contributing factors, but I think the main one was the quality of bowling that they faced.
Well, definitely not taking anything away
Yeah,
from Francois and Ross.
that was the first impediment to their best laid plans.
Yeah, they were pushed on the back foot from ball one from Selena Ross.
You know, this is the lady who I feel could get them out of trouble, but she has to bat for a long period, and she has to start really flexing her muscles here.
I think that's one of the mindsets that you want to see from the girls at this level. First thing in your mind should be, we need to bat out 35 overs. That's the first thing. We bat out 35 overs, we're going to get a score. How much that score will be determined by the journey to that 35 overs. And then you got to trust and back your skills.
Yeah, but I think I've seen enough of her to suggest that when she wants to, she can really launch. But I think the long off and long on might be just inhibiting her a little bit from really expressing herself here. So she's probably playing the patience game, hoping that captain does something, move one of them, or she gets a nice delivery that she could force it away. And this one goes off the bat at a pretty awkward angle. But it falls into no man's land. You can see Ross there with her hands on hip saying, why didn't you hit that a little harder so I could run in and get under it from long on.
She stayed right there, Selena Ross, so she's not going back onto the boundary for ball. She's going to stay in the circle. So long on and long off have come up into the circle.
Yeah, they have to kind of make adjustments on the fly here, and that's the challenge sometimes. But
in fact,
if everybody's on cue, then the left hand, right hand doesn't help them.
Ooh, she pulled away quite late. It is given us a dead ball by umpire Laurie. I always wonder, it's going to be interesting when bowlers hit the stumps. You pull out that late.
Yeah, that's always a debate. Is it sportsmanlike or unsportsmanlike if you claim the wicket?
That's definitely, I don't know if you heard it in the mic, producer said well played, and that's what I was talking about, trusting and backing your skills. You can see that these two young ladies, Bo and Reed, they do have all the raw materials as batters.
Again, good field into her own bowling, and that's very well done in the end. 34 for 4 at the end of the over.
Leeward Islands now 6 down. Campbell continues to soldier on though. The lone standing batter for the Leeward Islands, their opening bat, Campbell. She's now on 39 from 36, so still going better than a runner ball. Problem is, she's running out of partners.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the one thing that so far I think she might very well be the player of the tournament.
Johnny Cumberbatch with a 3 for so far.
Again, the ball is coming off the bat, off of Boa's bat at a slightly awkward angle. Actually, that's not Boa batting, that's Nico Reed. Yep. And that might have been a little bit of a mis-stumping there, but she never gathered the ball, unfortunately, for George. Nice flight, and this is what I'm saying. Put it up in the air, let's see how she reacts to it. And she couldn't reach it. It's a wide.
But you can see that Reed and Bo, they are consciously looking to get on that front foot, consciously looking to get their momentum into the ball, and that's good. When you can see these little nuances, pulls away again.
Because the long one was moving back, and so she wasn't set. Because sooner or later she was going to launch one down in that direction if she had stayed in the circle. But now they've pushed her right back on the fence at long on. So maybe a change of approach from the batter.
She's hoping for a wide. Just that little glare back at umpire Rajkumar. She's thinking that it's wide. It's not given though.
Now again, forcing her on the back foot, making her really fight for her runs here. And if you keep the pressure on, sooner or later, she's probably just going to run down the wicket and throw the bat at one.
That one should be a wide. It's not. But the intent has definitely changed from Jamaica, from a batting perspective, and did mention that just past the diving hand of the short third is going to run close to the boundary, not into the boundary, but the intent coming here now, Ruskin, and you just get the feeling, I got the feeling that the drinks break came at the right time for Jamaica. The coach could just get into the ear of the batters and just calm them down, just reinforce for them what the goals are, what the plans are. Ooh, it's going to be called a wide, but very close to the bat. A bit of a touch on that, and we've gotten a few more runs past the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, Reed missed out there. I'm sure she would love to get that back.
It's in the air. Who's on it? Someone has caught up to the ball. It's another wicket here. And Ruskin, you called it at some point. The advance down the pitch and a big swing was going to come. And that has led to the downfall of Reed.
That's Boer.
Boer, in fact.
Called Francois. Look how happy Francois. The knee isn't hurting right now.
The adrenaline is pumping. And Jamaica slipped further into trouble, 39 for 5. Just as I was saying, their mindset and their intent just seemed to shift just a bit. And looking to up the ante, Boer falls victim to a well-judged catch from Francois. And probably Francois might be glad that the wickets are falling. She may not get the chance to put pressure on the knee and complete her bowling spell.
I don't think so.
Allotted overs.
I think she wants to get back there.
Or maybe she does. She wants to get. She wants to get into the action.
So Guthrie is out there. Ashanti Guthrie. So Guthrie with the work to do here. Another left-hander coming to the crease. So 39 for 5 after 15. And
still with the fall of our wicket, still some intent being shown from Reed.
Natalia Phillip is into the attack.
And Ashanti Guthrie coming to the middle, fall of the Boer wicket.
So the captain is taking responsibility with the ball.
And you can see that she's probably the quickest of the seamers, the captain. And again, these girls are all at the 19 and under level. So they're still very much quite young. Sometimes we look at the game and we forget that we can't look at these young ladies the same way we're going to look at someone like an Elise Perry or Hayley Matthews or Deandra Dutton.
Again, she's trying to push it across the left-hander. That's a second wide in succession. The captain taking the ball now, probably trying to see if she can prize out a wicket or two to keep the pressure on the Jamaicans. It's 41 for 5. We're in over number 16 here, so they haven't been allowed to get away, Jamaica, just as they probably would have liked. From around the wicket now. In the air, and she's dropped it. Well, it came at her quickly, and that looked like, was it Gilbert? Trying to get there and trying to get there as fast as she can. Shadia Seaman, and not able to haul it in. Was at a good height, and she would hope it stuck in her hand, but it kind of burst through her hands. And Reed living dangerously there.
So for all the good work that Windwards have done with the ball this morning, they've let a few chances go by. Difficult they may be, but chances nonetheless. And those chances, the missed run out in the second or third over, and then now this drop catch, and the scoreboard would have read differently, 43 for 7 maybe, or 35 for 7.
Yeah, it really, just those two little miscues in the field. This one is in the air. That is another opportunity, only this time it falls well short of all of the fielders.
1, 2, 3, 4 fielders.
Yeah, they're all converging on it.
Oh, the wicket keeper, the backward point, the extra cover, and the short extra cover.
That was the principle. Don't flick it, hit it. She was trying to flick it. It probably hit the leading edge.
Yeah, did take the leading edge.
And that's brilliantly done again. Bowling from around the wicket. She's getting the ball now to angle into the left-hander. She started to push it across her and bowl 2 wides, and that prompted her to get onto to bowl from around the wicket. And she's chalked up 2 dot balls. Could have easily had a wicket as well.
I think some of the Jamaican batters are just a bit more comfortable with slower paced bowling. With the inclusion here now in the bowling attack of Natalia Phillip, Reed has just seemed to just gone into a shell here and not quite sure in her mind what she wants to do.
She would like that. And like I said, this is kind of like par for the course. For most of the young ladies, they tend to spoil their own good work.
Yeah, and again, as I was just mentioning at the start of the over, we can't look at these young ladies in the same light that we look at Hayley Matthews, the West Indies captain. They're still in there. There's a bit of aggression.
Yeah, trying to get it, but can't reach it. As the over comes to an end, another one is in the book. 16 going. It's 44 for 5.
Yeah, sometimes we look at these games, we see the scores. Here's the evidence of that table. Leeward's atop with 12 with Barbados, as Ruskin mentioned earlier. Jamaica with a win would leapfrog one of those 2 teams because 4 points would carry them to 14. So they would get into the second spot. What they don't want to have happen is lose the game, and then that game with Leewards and Huey gets washed out. Then your net run rate comes into play. Trinidad and Tobago Guyana, Windwards bringing up the bottom half of the table. Trinidad and Tobago probably a little bit unfortunate starting the tournament with a couple of no results, rained out matches.
But I think, as I say, all the teams would have suffered as a result of the weather. In fact, we had a 10 over affair to get a result earlier.
Maya Gilbert continues. Nice, generous flight from Gilbert. We look at these girls and you can see that they're still in that learning and discovery phase of their cricketing life. And because we're in the West Indies, where these girls won't have the type of opportunities just yet, perhaps.
That's another pitch of a delivery. There is an appeal, but umpire not buying it.
Does Lyndon Rajkumar give anyone LBW?
You know,
Probably just
doing too much.
yeah, just turning a bit too much, and this is the evidence of Amaya Gilbert changing her pace all the time. This one a lot quicker.
And they're going to have to hurry here. And again, this is the miscommunication because the one player was running towards the ball, Natalia Phillip, when she could have left it for her teammate who was coming off the boundary and was running towards the ball, facing where the pitch was. So she would have had a better chance to effect a run out. I'm not saying she would have, but she probably was in a better position to try to get the ball in. Tyson.
Changes in the field. The deep fielder on the offside comes into the circle. Long on has gone back. Long off has gone back, in fact.
That's well played. She played with one hand in the end, one hand coming off the backhand. That holy tail if the head is giving you trouble. She's trying to catch up with the ball, so she was trying to catch it like a crab, just rest the claw on it, and the ball just kept rolling past the hand.
If I have an uncle, he would have seen that and he would have said a Larry Gomes special. You're chasing after the ball and you can't get there.
But she was there, but she just kept approaching it like she wasn't trying to block it. She was just trying to stop it, like to come over it, on top of it. By the time the hand came down, the ball was gone.
You can see here now, Reed just seems to be a little bit more comfortable with the slower bowling of Amaya Gilbert as opposed to the seam bowling of the captain, Natalia Phillip. She's still showing some intent here, Monica Reed.
As she goes, and this one again, it's a misjudge, trying to come in, and just not able to. She still have to hurry to get back though, and another opportunity goes a begging there. Tyrell was coming off the boundary, probably came in too much, and then had to check, and by the time she leapt, the ball had just eluded her grasp.
In fact, she was not even on the boundary. She was three-quarter way to the boundary, almost exactly in between the boundary and the inner circle. And then she took a step in, and by the time she took that step in, she had misjudged that trajectory. So another opportunity going a begging, but take nothing away from Windward Islands. The end of 17, they've managed to restrict Jamaica to just 49 for 5. The captain who's going to continue from the southern end, the main road end. So steadily increasing their run rate just a bit, Jamaica. Now they look like possibly at least getting over 100.
Yeah, but I think Reed is key to that. They're going to need her to stick around for a little while longer and maybe swing the bat and connect a couple times because she can hit the ball a fair distance.
Yeah, I think you saw the evidence of that. The shot in the previous over through backward point, one hand on the bat in the end.
Nicely played though, but to no avail. Now all she has to do is find a way to open the face when she plays that shot so that it doesn't just roll to the middle fielder. And again.
And Phillip making a bit of an adjustment here. In that first over she bowled, I think she was trying to bowl a little too fast. And she was a little bit erratic. You can see in this second over, she's consciously going through her motion and looking to put the ball on a spot, on the spot that she wants to put the ball. That's good. Good awareness, good adjustment by the young captain.
But she's one of those with a very simple bowling action. So once she gets her mechanics right, she will be consistent with her line and length. And there she goes again, right through Guthrie.
Yeah, nice gentle run up and into the crease. She's very. She looks quite strong as well, and she has a good strong bowling action and bowling stride into the crease.
Yeah, she goes right through her there.
She reminds me a little bit about of Andrea Russell, looking at her run into the crease. Just kind of ambles in, and when you get into that crease, the shoulders take over, and the upper body takes over. Of course, Andrea Russell will be retiring from international cricket in the next week. His final 2 games will be in front of his home crowd when the West Indies face up against Australia next week. And good from Phillip, just finding that spot. She's put down the handkerchief or the shilling, as we say, and she's hitting the mark.
The over comes to an end. 49 now for 5 after 18. It's a maiden over.
So leewards have been bowled out, and I spoke about Aaron Dean had 4 wickets and was looking for a fifer. Najani Cumberbatch came into the bowling attack and ended up being the one with the fifer. So 9 wickets between Aaron Dean and Najani Cumberbatch have restricted the leewards in 15.3 overs to 67 all out. 15.3. Aaron Dean 4 overs, 4 for 17, and Johnny Cumberbatch 3.5 overs, 5 for 8. The other wicket going to Sabriel Headley. Top scorer in that innings, Campbell Apalians not out on 41.
Yeah, she continues to impress in this tournament.
I think for the leewards, they have the benefit of having a bowling attack led by their captain.
Ross is back, and immediately she drops on a good line and a good length. They always want to keep pressure on, and I think that's what the captain is striving for here, to reintroduce a main strike bowler as Reed and company becomes a little stubborn, struck on the pad there. And so she's trying to get a breakthrough here, see if she can set the cat among the pigeons with the Jamaican tail. But you have to remove this young lady. She just looks like she's capable of just taking the game away from you. Well played again, but brilliant fielding. And showing her determination there, Gilbert. Not prepared to just bowl, but is happy to do some dirty work in the field as well. And another beautiful delivery, and she's out, LBW. She was coming forward, trying to drive it, and Ross produces the breakthrough. And that's a big blue.
A beautiful delivery from Selena Ross. I think this one getting drift back into the left-hander. Remember, she was swinging the ball into the right-handers, away from the left-handers, and this one just tailing in just enough. Again, Ross looking to be full, looking for any movement through the air, and a situation of you miss, I'm going to hit. And in the estimation of umpire Raj Kumar, We've probably taken away the leg stump on the way through, and that customary celebration from Selena Ross, well deserved. And at this rate, she's going to challenge for top wicket taker in the tournament among some of those girls from Barbados. Of course, the other game, Guyana are now 31 for 5 in 13 overs. So wickets falling. It seems to be a bowler's day today. Wickets falling at the National Cricket Centre, wickets falling at Sir Frank Worrell Field in UAE, and wickets falling here in Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Shishani Ricketts, the new batter. And the all-important breakthrough, we've been saying that Reed seems to be the one on the batting lineup that the responsibility would have fallen on to really get Jamaica up to a top score or challenging score. And when in doubt, you turn to your best bowler.
This is where the challenge is now for the lower order of the Jamaican team. Can they survive a Ross attack?
And really unsung Selena Ross. That one a lot quicker than she's bowled. I make it that might be the fastest delivery she's bowled for the day. And really getting through her motions really well here, Selena Ross.
You're going to need her to keep going though, because once she can do that, she will be successful. And even if she doesn't get wickets, they are not scoring off her all that well. She's in her 5th over, and she has 3 wickets for 4 runs.
Umpire Rajkumar just ensuring that Guthrie's helmet and equipment is all good. Hence the slight delay, the final delivery of the Selena Ross over.
Nicely driven, but again, nothing to show for it as the over comes to an end. It remains 49 for 6, a wicket maiden. So 49 for 6, the game just meandering here right now. Jamaica probably stunned in their dressing room, trying to figure out how do we get ourselves out of this. I shouldn't say a little hole, it's a deep hole that they've dug themselves. I suppose their one saving grace is the batting or the lack of batting on the part of the Windward Islands. So they may still be confident of getting a win.
And all they have to do now, given the result in the other game, if it ends up being the result we think is going to be, they just have to win.
Yeah, you got, at that point you forget everything else.
The net run rate is not going to matter at that point.
If you lose, so you don't want to lose.
Yeah, that's where your problem lies. And just reading through the scorecard here for Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, that other game, I mentioned her name a little bit earlier, Brianna Haricharan, coming into the bowling attack and taking 3 wickets off the bat.
And there's that big hee-ho. You know it was only a matter of time before she brought out the whooping stick. And boy, did she throw everything at that one. Missed it. Talk about intent. That's aggressive intent. And again, but it just trickles back past the bowler, despite the fact that she's winding up here to really launch herself.
She's not going to die wondering. She's going to give full effort.
She's really going to try her best here now to blast her way off of this, because they've been stuck here on 49 for the last 3 overs. And they will stay there. It's the end of the 20th over, and it remains 49 for 6. It was 49 for 5, and now it's 49 for 6. And that was since the 17th over. We're in the 20th over.
Yeah, when you have wickets falling consistently, it lends itself to this type of situation. Of course, that period you mentioned, that 3-over period, good bowling from the skipper, Natalia Phillip, and then the reintroduction of this young lady, the best bowler clearly on the day, and one of the standout bowlers in the tournament, Selena Ross. And it has been Selena Ross, along with her opening partner, Francois, who put Jamaica on the back foot from the beginning, just finding their line and their length and sticking to it, sticking to their plans, and most importantly, executing well throughout the innings.
Jamaica really needs something to happen here now, and I'm sure they'd much rather see runs than lose another wicket. And they're driving at one, and out she goes. The umpire raises that threaded finger, and Wickets goes without scoring.
Selena Ross, take a bow. You are absolutely amazing. And you're putting on a show for all and sundry here at Digger Martin Sporting Complex. Again, just a simple line and length. This one, the one leaving the right-hander, just holding the line with the angle across her. A little bit of a waft at it. And in the umpire's mind, he heard a noise, or he saw a nick. And back to the pavilion you go. And Selena Ross now is on the verge of a fifer. And it would be well deserved should she get there. You talked about the Mitchell Stark type figures. She now has 4 for 4, Selena Ross. And I can't wait to see this young lady go up through the ranks and progress on to the next level. I really think that she is going to be something special going through her career.
As she gets stronger, and like I said, as she works on her action a little bit more, the whole biomechanics, once she's able to sort that out, and she does have a good follow through, but again, it could be a little more aggressive, because she could then go through the crease a little bit more, a little bit quicker. And once she jumps, you could see, look at it here, she gets up, but look at where that right hand is, almost under her armpit. It doesn't go up at all. And then it kind of goes across the body, sits like over her right knee, and then the left hand sort of follows through to try to meet it over that right hip in her follow through there. But you look at where she followed throughs, she's following through off the wicket, which is good, but she could follow through a little lower down and then veer off. But that's momentum taking her towards the batter.
Yeah,
so she could stay more in control and behind the delivery and for a little while longer. And that could generate 2 things, pace and, like I said, better control. Plummer, there's the new batter. She waits on Ross. Ross already causing havoc. And play on a miss here. So she's really causing all sorts of problems for the Jamaicans. She started off well, and she's just continued now in this second spell. And the thing with people like her and some of the others, as we've seen, they gravitate. That pathway to the senior team is almost reach out and touch me distance. Boulder, brilliantly done indeed. And there it is as she celebrates once again with wicket number 5. And 5 for 4 right now. So what a bowling display this has been. 5 overs and 4 deliveries, 5 wickets for 4 runs.
I'm running out of adjectives to describe Selena Ross today. She's been that good. And there's that customary celebration. Down on one knee, bang on target. And she's definitely been good. And you went through her bowling action a little while ago. And I can point out, I definitely have seen the improvements that she's made over the years. And this is the results you get when you stick to your craft and you work on your craft. Because you mentioned, for example, that follow through. She wasn't following through this far down the pitch last year. So she's getting through, even though it can adjust, she's getting through her action, good wrist position, and she was taking the ball away from the left-handers in her earlier spell. She's now decided she's going to bring the stumps into play a little bit more, and getting a bit of in-drift here to another left-hander through the gate, and bang on target, wicket number 5.
As Miller playing but not in any position to really play it comfortably. Anisha Miller.
So 49 now for 8. You spoke about it, Ruskin. They've been on 49 for a while. What Selena Ross has done is, what's the old saying? Add 2 wickets to any total?
Yep, and you're in trouble. You realize you got a true picture, a truer picture of where you are. That's well played in the end because she was blocking her stumps, as they say. And look at it, it's not a pretty scoreboard. 49 for 8 now after 21. They haven't scored a run since the 16th over. Well, since the 17th over.
Yeah, that was when Monica Reed was still at the wicket.
So you had 2 wickets in that last over. Really good bowling on the part of the Windward Islands. They may be at the bottom of the table, but they're not playing like a cellar place team. They look like they could be at the top of the table.
And we were talking about this earlier. You talked about the improvements and seeing things like this in a tournament.
Oh, that's nicely played. Well, nicely bowled, I should say, but she just got a nick, took it out of the glove of the keeper. And Guthrie will gladly take that single. Finally, they move off 49 and they're to 50.
And the 50 is up. And I think if this tournament was probably a bit longer, you would have seen, you mentioned the Windward Islands being at the bottom of the table, you would have probably seen them move up the table. Having short tournaments like these doesn't give you much opportunity.
And Miller hits this one in the air. She could be outcourt. 2 players converging. Ross, it could be a chance of a run out here. And it just took them a little while. Oh, she went down in a heap there. Mike Guthrie just lost the bat. I thought she might have done some damage to herself there. But there was an opportunity there to effect the run out. And it just seems as if she took forever with the ball in her hand, Natalia Phillips, before she released it.
Yeah, I think in this at this level you should be taking that, and especially from a person like Selena Ross, who's a senior player in the team. I think she just, as the producer said, she overran it one, but I think she just kind of lost it in the midday sun, just a fraction.
And again, well, a la Rohan Kanhai, she was down on all fours trying to heave it behind square and made no contact. It's almost like it's happy hour now, but here's the difference. They still have a number of overs. They still have about 15, almost 14 overs to work with.
They have 15 and a half, in fact.
So they can't, she shouldn't feel as if she has to score off every ball, you know, while you would like that, but you only have 2 wickets in hand. If she swings, miscues, and is out, then you just have 1 wicket in hand. So she has to be smart here, and here she goes again with an almighty swing.
She was beaten for pace there. That one was really fired in by Amaya Gilbert.
And I think she might have hurt herself again. Or did she? She just seemed a little bit put off. I don't know if it's her back or what it is, but something isn't right with her. You see how she's hunching over there, leaning on the bat? I think she might be having a problem with her back right now.
I must give kudos to umpire Rajkumar. That's really good from him. You saw it from up here in the commentary booth, and immediately as you mentioned it, umpire Rajkumar left the square leg and went to her to ensure that she was all right, because he could see that she was not all right as well. So it's easy to always criticize umpires when they do things wrong, but something like this, you got to give him credit. That's wonderful from umpire Rajkumar. Must be applauded for that. And you see the physio here now giving her some treatment, and she really doesn't look to be in too much comfort. She's really discomforted, and you know when your back is giving you trouble, nothing else works properly. You can't walk, you can't sit, you can't do anything when you have a problem in your back.
It's one of those things that only you know what the pain is. And I always tell people it's the easiest ailment to claim, but it's also the most difficult ailment to detect, in the sense that if somebody comes to you and say, or they call on the phone and say, well, I can't move, I have a back pain. And you would say, well, what kind of back pain you have, you know, that you can't move? But sometimes the back pain could be so severe that you really can't move, you know, and, you know, it's like headaches. Some people get really bad headaches, and, you know, they say, boy, I have a headache, or I suppose they say I have a migraine. And then, so if they say you have a headache, you feel it's just a thing. But when they say they have a migraine, then like it changes everything. Like it intensifies tenfold, you know, that this person really have, you know, headaches, severe headaches. But you could see she's having problems somewhere, and it's the physio is taking her through.
I wonder if this is also the concussion protocol. I'm wondering if she
when she fell,
knocked herself on
when she
her
fell over,
so just going through those concussion protocols,
but just the way she's leaning, you see she's trying to ease the pain somewhere, either in the back or the rib cage, somewhere. Some part of the body isn't right, but she's gonna guts it out and try to help her team here. They need it, because could you imagine if she had to leave and go back to the pavilion now, unable to continue the innings? It would just then be the last pair at the crease, unless they give a concussion protocol replacement. So Ashanti Guthrie is going to continue, taking her time, and she should just take her time, make sure that everything is okay. But just the way she's been swinging, she might just be aggravating the situation herself, because she's not prepared to play a defensive shot. Here she goes again with an almighty swing. And so she has decided, look, I'm not going to last. I think she knows in the back of her mind that the pain is probably a little, you know, more severe than she's letting on. But she's just decided she's going for it. There are no half measures here. Either you hit or I hit you. Now, are they going to send the mid-wicket back? Yes, which makes sense, because she's aiming for that region. I don't think that's going to change anything that she's doing. She is going to go.
I'm not sure the ball is going to reach that distance, though.
Well, there she goes, trying to fool the captain. But I think that was just a ploy. If that ball is only thrown up in the air at all by Gilbert, she's going to have a dip. Look at how she's holding the bat like a baseball bat.
You can see that. We can see her from square on, and you can see the back leg just as the bowler is coming in. That back leg is dropping. You can see that she's putting in for that big swing. End of 22, 51 for 8. And keeping an eye on all the matches in the final match day of the round robin phase of CWI Rising Stars under 15 women. And the top of the table clash. The Leewards are making a fight of it. They have Barbados 10 for 2 at the end of 5, 14 for 2 now at the end of 5. And 2 big wickets they've managed to pick up in the Captain Mayers and the Johnny Comabach.
Well, the thing is, those are 2 good all-round teams. And Barbados, like the Leeward Islands, their top order is their strength. The Leewards are top-heavy in that regard. Their top order is brilliant. But they don't have much after that. Here's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. But Ross and the wicket-keeper, George, were hell-bent, running, celebrating. And then the umpire said,
I think George, more than anyone on the field, was convinced. Oh, there's so much space there, you can pass the maxi through there. Pass a car through that gap.
Well, they were probably just hoping that the umpire would have fallen for the trick.
I don't think Lyndon Rajkumar would fall for that.
Well, these young ladies could be convincing, you know. You never know. If they appeal hard enough in unison, you never know. They might shock him into making a decision.
Ruskin clearly has daughters. That's experience for you.
That's well played in the end, yes.
Well defended. And as you see that defensive shot from Miller, you can see even though the scores in this tournament may not be what you would want, you look at a lot of the batters and you can see, just as we've dissected a lot of the bowlers and the raw material they have, a lot of the batters in this tournament do have the raw material to move on.
And this time, not out, says the umpire again, because they were pleading for it this time, and the umpire still not convinced.
I think the noise was the bat on the
Ground,
pitch.
so hoping that they will be third time lucky now. But here's the other thing. Ross is in her final over. So they might be thinking, well, but if we could see out Ross, we might have a chance at a lesser bowler.
There seemed to be a slight gap between bat and ball on the replay that we have the benefit of. Umpire Rajkumar gets one look at that. 2 good calls in this over from him.
And Ross, again, is on target, and she's probably wondering, why don't you make a shot? You know, that is how people sledge, you know. Okay, you're playing defensively, make a shot. That's the sledge. You know, so you don't have to curse, you don't have to do anything. Just make a shot. I'll give you one to make a shot. Yeah, make a shot. But hold on. Right through. And she was just groping at it. And Ross picks up yet another one. That's her 6th wicket. And did somebody say Stark? She now has 6 for 4.
I tell you, somewhere in Trinidad or across the region, Stacey Ann King is sitting down and looking at this, and she's probably very proud and very encouraged by what she's seeing. Another left-arm contemporary who represented the West Indies and is a World Cup winner. And to see a young talent like Selena Ross coming through in this tournament. And this again, for me, it begs that we should be having these girls play a little bit more cricket, probably a lengthening of the tournament or something, because this is the type of talent that you don't want to have, and then in 2-3 years' time, you're asking, but didn't this young lady take 6 for 4? Where is she now? What is she doing now? We definitely have to take care of this type of talent.
Well, 6 for 4, and she has one delivery left in her spell. She's in over number 7. Can she get it right and maybe wrap up the innings here and don't leave it for anybody else to do the honors? She fixes her shirt, puts it back in the pants, and she waits.
Someone from the right side of the commentary booth said, yes, she's going to get it.
Okay, Marie Campbell to avoid it. And she bowls a full toss.
She bowls a no ball. It's not a no ball.
It's not a no ball, but it should have been. But then she hit it, so it's. But it should have been a no ball because she hit that probably about head height when it was all said and done. But the good thing is that it didn't go for a run, so it remains 51 for 9, and she has finished her 7 overs, 6 wickets for 4 runs.
That is definitely brilliant. I've run out of adjectives. It's remarkable. It's brilliant. It's heartwarming.
Well, but we saw what? We saw 6 for 9. Now we're seeing 6 for 4, and it just continues.
Somebody took 6 for 9. Who is that?
Some fellow from Australia named Stark.
Who is that?
Some Stark fast bowler.
Tell that guy, eat his heart out. We have Selena Ross in the Caribbean.
6 for 4.
She's done absolutely wonderfully well today, Selena Ross. She should keep that ball at the end of this game. The umpires should give her that ball to keep. And she's going to remember this day.
She remember this day without the ball, even if she doesn't get the ball to keep. And but they should give it to her. I think she's more than deserving.
I think this would be the best bowling figures of the tournament so far. I have to go back into the stats to look at it.
It is, but even that same all-rounder from the Leeward Islands, she too has had some remarkable figures.
And of course today, the Barbadian bowler as well.
Mead. Bowled down. So it didn't take long. Ross couldn't finish it off, but Guthrie finally goes for 2. It's been a long period there, but the skipper wraps it all up. Natalia Phillips to end the innings at 51.
Just
sticking, off the boot.
Sticking to their plans again. The captain has, I think this is one of the few deliveries she's really pitched right up under the bat and aiming to bring the stumps in play. As you said, Ruskin, just ricocheting off of the boot back onto the stumps. And 51 all out. Definitely not what Jamaica would have wanted in their pursuit of that at least second spot on the table to get into the finals on Saturday. And 51 all out is what they're going to have to defend.
Yeah, it's been and there you could look at Ross there celebrating with the ball. She's probably saying this ball looks as good as it gets. A wonderful gesture on the part of her teammates. They just want to celebrate with her and really to give her all the kudos.
It's called selfie time, Ruskin. they look like they want to take a photo with her.
Yep. Congratulations.
Oh, they were just waiting on the manager to come down to capture her.
Yep.
Yeah, to capture the moment of her walking off.
So there she goes. Yep.
Yeah, and well deserved, definitely.
So 6 for 4, and we're not talking anything that we're not seeing, ladies and gentlemen, because this was a spectacular performance from a very enterprising young lady who started well, continued to take wickets, came back for her second spell, and the wickets just continued to flow till she ended up with the remarkable figures of 7 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, and 6 wickets. So you digest that. And that while you do that, we're going to take a break here, as it means that the Windward Islands, after doing so well in the field, now have to make 52 runs to win this game, and it's their batting that has been their Achilles heel throughout the tournament. Can they get it right today? Can they get 52? They have all 35 overs in which to get those runs. We'll get their run chase when we come back. As I welcome you back here, we just seen the first delivery of the reply for the Windward Islands, and they're off and running with a comfortable single to start proceedings here. And this is where the Jamaicans, they're going to be tested here now. Amaya Gilbert is out there. And her partner in crime at the moment is Delisha Francois. Francois we saw do a great job with the ball. Miller starting the reply. Remember, the total is 52. That's the victory target. And it's going to be interesting, Basso, to see how they go, both as the batting team and as the fielding team, what kind of progress they make. And that's a good delivery. Francois just trying her best there to maybe just get a touch on the ball. As a batter, that's kind of like the first thing you want. You want to make contact with the ball, feel it off the middle of the bat. That's more like it. Now they have all 35 overs to get 52 runs.
Hello, Ruskin. Hello, everyone. And there's that old saying that runs on the board are runs on the board. And for Jamaica, they'll know that there's no other way to win this game and secure that second spot on the table other than taking 10 wickets. They're looking for 10 good deliveries to dismiss the 10 batters from the Windwards. On the other hand, the Windwards, they don't have to do anything too extraordinary. They bat out their 35 overs. They should win the game. I don't think it will reach to the 35 over mark, though.
Well, I would imagine the captains are probably saying this one just spooned up in the air. Luckily, it didn't go to hand. I would imagine the coaches are probably saying, you know, if you get a run a ball, you take it. A run an over, rather. You could take it and you still win the game. So one without loss at the end of the first over, and that just drives home the point I was making. If you get one run and over, then use up the 35 overs. And let's see what happens.
Of course, the only other consideration being as the place, the atmosphere has gotten a bit darker. And we know who live on the western end of Trinidad that this is the time when the rain seems to roll in. And hopefully it stays away and allows a completion of this game. But that's the only consideration that these two teams may have, seeing those clouds roll in from the east, thinking that they may need to up the ante, score a little bit quicker, or push a couple of deliveries through a little bit quicker.
Brianna Plummer, it is, who is going to pick up the attack and starts with a wide.
And this is something that Windwards will like, and Jamaica will have to be very conscious of, not giving too many extra runs away. You don't have much on the board. Keep it nice and tight. Jamaica has already gotten a blueprint of how they should bowl and how they should go about their bowling effort. If not, just look back at that wonderful spell from Selena Ross, and aided and abetted by all the other Windward Islands bowlers.
So that's another wide. So without too much fuss, they already got 2 runs in this over via wides.
You can see Plummer is she's trying to attack the stumps, but just getting a little bit too straight and drifting.
And that's going down leg side. And she's put it on. She chopped it onto the stump, just removed the bail. And that is the end of Gilbert for 1. And they have lost a crucial wicket here now. It's 3 for 1.
And this is exactly what I was just mentioning. You can see that her plan is that she wants to attack the stumps. Those couple of wides just drifting a little bit too straight. This occasion, getting it right, probably about that third, fourth stump line, and looking to cut one, probably not there for that shot. Playing it on, taking the off bail with it.
Yeah, she clearly tugged it back onto her stumps. Even if she had left that delivery, it was going to go its merry way, and was nowhere near the stump. But because she was playing it and probably trying to play it through the onside, that's exactly what it is. She did, and it's playing to Kayla George.
Yeah, when you look at the shot as well, it's almost like she leaned in and then was trying to lean back away from the ball. It tells you that it was a little bit too close to attempt that cut shot. No real foot movement. So one to go in the over from Plummer.
Yeah, this has been a pretty long over, isn't it? 2 wides, including the plus a wicket, but nothing off the bat.
That's the line she wants to be. Outside portion of the bat is running away to third. Won't get there, and they only complete 1 run.
Yeah, I think they're being smart about that. They don't try to force it. If it's not there, it's the end of over number 2. It's 4 for 1 now.
Look at that wicket again. A couple of wides in the over from Plummer, but a success nonetheless.
Yeah, the bat face was closed, so she actually helped it on to the stumps. Had she opened the face the other way, she probably might have forced it through the offside. So far so good for Jamaica. Let's see if they can continue their wicket-taking ways. And that's nicely played. They're going to scamper a quick single. And they'll get it too. So Plummer involved heavily in the action right now.
And Nisha Miller continues from southern end. And she as well, her first over, just a run in it. And keeping it nice and tight.
A shorter, flatter delivery. There just to try and push her back onto that back foot. She's not the tallest of persons. Quicker delivery. Ooh, that one came out quickly. Does it have the legs to get to the boundary? Rolling, 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 rolling. And it does get into the boundary. Big diving effort again there, coming from a Plummer. But she doesn't have a chance. In fact, she was diving it. The ball actually hit the rope and was coming back at her. She realized that it was a mute case.
Yeah, so 5 wides added to the total. It was given a wide by umpire Laurie.
Couldn't give the keeper, never had a chance there.
Yeah, but a real loose delivery.
Yeah,
First of all, it was short. It seemed to just get stuck in the hand. This is much better.
And the longer the game goes, is the more confidence that the Windward Islands batters will get. But if they lose early wickets, that could change everything. So their mission right now is to keep wickets in hand, just frustrate the Jamaicans as much as possible. Don't give them easy wickets and don't give them early wickets. Okay, just trying our best to deflect it away. But the over comes to an end. 10 for 1 now after 3.
of course, it is the final match day round-robin action in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 Women Championship 2025. There you see that's the point standings with the Leewards and Barbados up top with 12 points apiece. Net run rate separating them 0.4. 5 in the net run rate separating them 0.4 or 4 in fact. Jamaica all to play for in this one. They're chasing a top 2 spot to play in the final here in Diego Martin on Saturday.
And there was a gift there that George couldn't put away. It was a full toss about waist height, and all she had to do was put it in the gap there. At least she would have gotten 1, if not more.
And just keeping our eyes on some of the other matches. Trinidad and Tobago have bowled out Guyana for 70 in 26.4 overs. And Barbados, the top of the table, clash with Leewards. Remember, they bowled out Leewards for 67 in 15.5 overs. And Barbados are presently 45 for 2 in the 12th over.
And there was another opportunity here. She was swinging through the onside. It was a full toss, but she failed to connect. The ball probably just dipped on her. And she played over it.
Yeah, I'd much rather see her playing that to the offside.
And again,
a little bit like this. Especially this early in her innings. Just the 2 runs, just 7 deliveries. And when you play across the line, it's always fraught with danger. It's a risk and reward, higher risk.
and that's the 3rd full toss that she hasn't been able to put away. Those are gifts that you have to accept.
Yeah, I think just not picking up either the trajectory of the ball or the pace it's coming at her.
That's better. That's more like it. That's a good shot. She will at least get 1 here. And finally, she gets one of those shots to the onside off the bat, and off the middle of the bat, that is, and got a run for it. 11 for 1 now after 4.
Chasing 52 for victory, Windward Islands. And probably move off that seller position on the table. They'll do their confidence a world of good to finish the tournament with a win. Or the round robin phase with a win with Windwards. And Jamaica still with everything to play for. If they can prize out 10 wickets.
Remember, all the teams have 1 more game to play on Saturday. Are you going to be playing for the gold medal, or are you going to be playing for the wooden spoon? That's what is being decided today, if it hasn't been decided already. So some results won't change anything. Quicker delivery, but well played. She didn't try to go across it, George. She just stayed with it, kept her shape.
I'm just looking at Miller, and I think every time she attempts to bowl the quicker deliveries, she's just dragging it down just a bit.
Yeah, when she flies, she gives a generous flight, but she should continue to fly, because George, I feel, wouldn't resist it. She looks inclined to want to slap it. That's well played. Unfortunately, she can't get a run, but it was very well played. She was opening the face of the bat, trying to force it through the offside.
She looks to have all the raw materials to work with. And I like her trigger movement as well. That front foot just opening and getting herself into that position that she's showing that she wants to get forward and get to the ball. And
but you just get the impression she wants to swing at one. And it's playing on her patience right now. Can she stay cool?
Yeah, that mental side of the game, wide signal by umpire Laurie. She doesn't have to. There's no real scoreboard pressure. Of course, runs on the board are runs on the board, yes, but just 52 runs to get. You don't have to go out all guns blazing.
So we'll play it again, but again to no avail, no run. Well set field to end the over. 51 all out, and in reply, the Windward Islands, they're 12 for 1. So this is where the Jamaicans can really make a name for themselves here now by picking up some wickets.
And talking about wickets, we've already seen a fifer from Selena Ross. We've seen a fifer in the Barbados Leeward's game as well. Brianna Haricharan adding to the list of fifers today. 6 overs, 5 for 20 from Brianna Haricharan.
Yeah, that's more like it, but 6 for 4 is an anomaly. And when you consider it could have been even worse, or it could have been better from Ross's standpoint. Couple drop catches that she could have wouldn't taken.
Of course, that other fifer and Najani Komabach in the Barbados Leeward's game.
And that's when it's in the air. She could be out caught, and she is. Well, Francois was trying to force the issue there, trying to go through the offside, and she goes caught ball off the bowling of Plummer without scoring.
Despite those couple of wides at the beginning of her spell, Plummer's been good. She's adjusted. She's kept the ball on the stumps or just outside off stump, inviting that shot, not executed well by Francois. Just popping it up to the backward point fielder. And there's that first breakthrough that Jamaica need. And they'll think to themselves now, and should be thinking, that should be the message from Captain Bryce. Listen, we just need 9 more of those before they get to 50. And we're going to come out on top.
Actually, 8 more. They got 2 wickets now.
8 more, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, robbing us of a wicket there.
On a day when it's all
when
about the wickets.
Yeah.
I apologize, Jamaica. It's now 12 for 2.
We got to stop you at the airport.
But they just need 8 more of those deliveries. Tyrell has come to the middle.
And that's another close one.
I reckon that should have been given. Umpire Rajkumar and I are going to have an argument at the end of this one.
You could reckon all you want. The umpire said not out.
Where is it going? Over the stumps. Good call, Umpire Rajkumar, yet again.
But the heat is on right now on the Windward Islands batters. They really need somebody to ease the tension here a little bit. Because the funny thing is exactly what you see in here is what you could see throughout the entire innings, where the ball dominates the bat and they're not able to find the gaps. So unless somebody can come and really sort of upset the apple cart, as they say, just change things around a bit, this could be a long evening for the Windward Islands. Just 12 for 2 now after 6.
Pick of the bowlers so far, Brianna Plummer. A couple of wickets, just the 4 runs, 16 dot balls apiece between herself and her opening bowling partner. And Miller is the diminutive Miller to continue.
So we have a Miller and a Plummer.
Every time I hear that name Miller, I remember the guy from Cameroon.
Roger Miller. the super sub.
Talk about celebrations. He had some of the best celebrations in the game of football. Much like today with Selena Ross. Get accustomed to seeing that celebration from Selena Ross. You're going to see it a lot more in the future.
Okay, just standing up on one foot, standing up tall and playing it out into the offside, but not really deliberate in terms of trying to score runs. They have to figure out a way to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Not going to get it there. So this is where things are going to get tight for them, and if they're not strong mentally, they could look for singles that are not there, and a run out is always on the cards. So they have to be so careful as to how they approach this. So far they're doing well, they're not panicking, but as we all know, all Miller has to do is just throw one up in the air and see if it changes the mindset. In the meantime, she's quicker and flatter.
And I'd rather her flight the delivery as another one of her overs comes to an end, a maiden, this one to Miller. 12 for 2 at the end of 7. I'd much rather see her flight the ball. I understand that she's trying to change the pace of her deliveries, but it's become predictable. She's going to drop it short every time she tries to serve up a quicker delivery. End of the power play signaled by umpire Rajkumar.
And that's a delivery that is too wide for comfort. That's another close one, and that's out.
I think she got an edge.
I think that was Daisy Woods who was batting there. That is unfortunately for her. And again, look at how sort of lazy the bat is.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an under edge of the bat, not bouncing that high. That one, Plummer slowing the delivery right up. And Q end of the bat into the waiting gloves. And Jamaica now 3 in the bag. And as that game between the Barbados under-19 girls and the Leeward Islands girls get down into its final stages, just 5 runs needed for victory for Barbados. Jamaica knows a victory here, you're going to overtake Leeward Islands on that table and earn your right to play here on Saturday in that first place, second place playoff for the championship. This is good from Jamaica as well. They haven't laid down and just given up the ghost. They're still believing. And that's what you want to see from players. A bit of that belief that we can still win this one.
Yeah, so it's really a tough scenario for them. And the captain is going to have to come and try and do something. She has to really change. She has to lead, as they say. Lead from the front here now. So they're under the gun right through. It's like
good that thing.
Natalia Phillips is there trying her best to keep things going, but Jamaica really tightening the screws here.
That's not Selena.
That's a good shot, but she might only get the 1 run from it. So continuing here is going to be Miller. A little bit of a false start there. Again, the whole approach is almost as if it's survival. They're in a survival mode here. But you get the impression it's just a matter of time. The Jamaicans are pretty consistent with their bowling, and they're just waiting for an error to be made. And Miller, that's a quicker delivery. Very, very well bowled. It was so fast that it almost squirted through to Tyrell, but she handled it well in the end.
Of course, she's going to get that skiddy nature because she's so short.
And a wide signal, so that kind of breaks the shackles just a little bit here. But the Jamaican bowlers have really put the clamps on the Windward Islands. Another quicker delivery. That one is low, and she's out. LBW. It kept very low indeed, and Tyrell was trying to go across it. And would you believe it? She goes without scoring, and another wicket.
Okay, young Miller, what do I know? Don't bowl your faster ball. It's always too short. This time, she was ever so close to that being called a no ball. Mm-hmm. The second bounce of that ball was onto the boot of Tyrell. And unfortunately for her, in the estimation of Melissa Laurie, it was going on to hit those stumps.
So this is Captain Natalia Phillips now making her way to the crease with her team in dire straits.
So there's that score, 15 for 4 now, coming to the end of the 9th over. 6 more good deliveries needed, 6 more wickets for Jamaica to earn their spot on the second rung of the table. And the 37 runs needed for Windwards to end the round-robin phase with a victory. Barbados already completing victory.
And that should be an easy single, but they decide not to run, which is strange. They should be trying to squeeze every run that they could possibly get. And but they decided against it. The captain never looked like she wanted the single. Which is surprising, but that's the end of the over. 9 completed, it's 15 for 4 now.
And victory completed for Barbados on the 19s. 68 for 3 they finish, knocking off their target in 14.5 overs. And Asabi Calendar continues her good form in this tournament, coming out with a little red inker, 30 not out from 47 deliveries. And they are now clearly atop the table, Barbados, and 1 foot into the door.
Well, they go to 16 points.
1 foot, one hand actually on the trophy. They still have the final to play on Saturday to put the other hand on the trophy. But both feet firmly planted in Diego Martin for the finals on Saturday for Barbados.
That was the first order of business, was to get to the final.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, Ruskin. Those 4 wickets, Jamaica, if they believed before, they believe now. At the end of that last over, they were into their positions in double quick time and ready to get on with the game.
Yeah, that's because they have a plan, and they're working that plan to perfection right now. They know that the Windward Islands, their batting is their Achilles heel, and they're really tightening the screws on them. They're not giving them much to work with. Miller tracking that one down like if her life depending on it. And certainly they're giving it their all here.
You can just look at Plummer and she's bowling, almost inviting the batter. Hit me. When she completes her bowling action, she stands up, looks at the ball going down towards the batter, and almost like, hit me, I want you to play the shot. She's been good. 3 wickets already for her.
To see a little bit of cloud cover emerging. The wind was probably saying, why don't you guys come here quicker? But either way, it's going to be a real hole that they find themselves in here.
A bit of turn on that last delivery as well. Just a little bit of evidence of the pitch starting to wear out. So close to the edge of the bat again. Yeah, she is. She's waiting. She's inviting the batters to come at her. Is a Plummer.
So another over comes to a close. Not much from it, just the 1 run. 16 for 4 now.
And before the graphics man can take the scorecard off of the screen, Jamaica are already into their positions and waiting to get going.
So George is the top scorer with 4. Somebody else has to find a way now. The captain looks like she's capable, but I don't know. It's almost as if she's a little bit, because I still don't understand why they didn't take that first run when she had the chance to, Natalia Phillip. So Kayla George. Looks like Reed is going to pick up the attack. And that is an easy one for umpire Murray. Still, they can't get it off the square, and that's the part of the issue here for the Windward Islands. They have to really, if anything, just change their whole attitude towards run scoring. They're just in deny mode at the moment, but scoring runs is almost like it's an afterthought. They haven't figured out a way yet how they're going to get these runs. Will one person attack and the others just defend? But who is that person? They all can't come and just defend because the overs are just going to go by them. And then later in the day, they're going to find themselves needing some quick runs with a few balls, and then it changes the whole dynamic for them. Here they have a chance, and they can't seem to put the ball away. Nobody seems to know what shot to play to get the ball into the gap or to the boundary. And I think that has been their issue all tournament long. The batting has not really clicked.
I guess as you look at the equation at the bottom of your screen, I guess that's the benefit they have. They do have time on their side in this situation, in this game, that they don't have to rush to look for the runs. But of course, runs is the name of the game, and especially with some weather around, you still want to, as you said, Russ, can keep the scoreboard ticking over. But I think they can be allowed a little bit of time just to see what's happening. Another wide, so that's going to aid in the runs.
Yeah, but it would be interesting to see how many wides or extras we've had in this innings already, and you compare that to the total score, and extras might actually be the top run scorer so far.
Yeah, by my estimation, 2 from Reed, and I think 3 from Plummer in terms of wides, so that's 5. At the end of the 11th over, and at the end of the 11th over, as the third umpire comes on with the drinks, is going to be a drinks interval at 18 for 4, the Windward Islands under 19 women.
So it's 18 for 4 as we welcome you back here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where Jamaica are large and in charge at the moment as they look to put the finishing touches on a game that will, with a victory, will take them into the final, the championship game on the weekend. Campbell is going to join the attack now as she looks to see if she could prize out 1 or 2.
Of course, you mentioned that final to be played right here at the Diego Martin Regional Complex on Saturday. We already have one of the finalists on the board. Barbados under-19 women completing an easy victory against Leeward Islands earlier in the day.
Who were the table toppers coming into today's final round, but now see themselves slipping down the order. So can the Windward Islands figure out a way here to navigate this period? That's a great shot. That could run close to the boundary, if not get to the boundary. That's 4 runs. That's a glorious shot from the captain. That's a big woman shot.
Just as the bowler was running in, our producer whispered to me, this is the partnership. And skipper Phillip showing that she has the quality to get the boundary, and they'll need a few more of these just to get some momentum into their innings and get closer to that score of 52 needed. They now need 30, and a few more boundaries will just ease that bit of tension, if there was any, before the drinks interval. It always seems that a drinks interval always brings some form of entertainment, whether a wicket or a boundary right after.
Well, that ought to give her a world of confidence, and also give the dressing room some confidence that, hey, look, these bowlers can be struck for boundaries. You just have to pick the right balls.
Yeah, I think she looks like she's a little bit more comfortable with the pace on the delivery. Campbell here a little bit quicker than what we have seen earlier. This one down the leg side will be called a wide. Don't think it touched anything on the way through. There you go, umpire Rajkumar raising the arms.
Yeah, and they ran 1, so they pick up 2 runs for that effort there. That takes that inch them closer. They get a little closer.
Yeah, the boundary just seemed to settle them a little bit more. Of course, a word from the coach as well during the drinks interval, and probably just adding some confidence into the batters.
So George standing tall. She's not the biggest person in terms of stature, but she's certainly playing a good hand here for her team. But she must also think in terms of just rotating the strike. Don't let the bowlers just kind of wheel their arms over time and time again, and you don't get a run off of them. And the easiest shot in cricket, I suppose, if you could play it, is the run down to third man. It's a productive scoring area at every level of the game. You see, she's playing the shot, but she's trying to play through the offside when you have that big gap down to third man for that short of a length delivery that she could just open the face and punch it down there. 24 for 4 after 12.
And 3 of the 4 wickets going at Plummer, who's now been given a bit of a break. .28 still needed for Windward Islands as Monica Reid continues.
Reid has a very short run up. It's almost like she might look like she's going to run over the crease, and then she just wheels the arm over. It's going a long way. That's going to land safely, but they might only get a single. And an indication there that there is some aggression in the Windward Islands, batting, especially from their captain, Natalia Phillip.
I think Reid may have been looking at her countryman, Christopher Henry Gale. He had a very short run-up like that as well. 2 steps and into the crease.
And she was trying to turn that on the onside. It hit the back of the bat. And again, she just needs to hit the ball, but hit it in the gap. I think that's where she's having a issue. She's hitting it, but she's hitting it straight to the fielders and she almost missed out on that one. She turned the bat too early. Here she is again.
Yeah, a bit of the bottom hand taking over in that attempted push into the offside and playing the ball back onto her pad, closing the face of the bat.
And it's a spinning ball. If it turns at all, that's where I think she runs into problems. She might play it a bit straighter, but once it turns, once it spins, then she has a problem locating it properly. And so the best option for her is to just play it defensively. But sometimes if she could pick up the length, she could probably get a single to square leg. That's where she wants to play it. Even though she didn't get the run, but that's the intent. Just play it there. And the problem though, the captain, I don't know, I'm not sure how good a judge of the single she is. Because she seems to be just sort of planted on the bat at the non-striker's end. Little aggression there, but to no avail. It remains 25 for 4 at the end of 13.
Slowly but surely getting there, the Windward Islands and the 19 women. And just about halfway to their victory target, but already have lost 4 wickets. And Campbell continuing from the northern end. And definitely the quickest of the bowlers we've seen today. Mary Campbell.
Philip trying to repeat the shot from earlier where she got the boundary, squared the wicket and the offside. This time it just seemed to rush onto her. Couldn't get it by. But even if she doesn't get it in front of square, she pulls it behind square on the offside down to that widest third man. She might still get some runs. And that's a great shot. Driven beautifully down to long on for 4. Pitching up Campbell and given the treatment.
Yeah, a bit of pace on the ball to work with here for Philip. And you can see Campbell trying to attack the stumps. Ends up missing the length by just a fraction. Nice juicy half volley. A well executed straight drive from Captain Philip. Back in the direction whence it came.
That pumps a change easily. Reed has been pulled away from mid-on. So she goes to mid-off. And coming over from mid-off, Guthrie is now at long on. And another delivery right up, but watchful is Natalia Phillips. She goes to 9. Carrying the weight of her team on her shoulders.
She's switched on as Philip.
Trying to, again, she got a delivery there that she probably could have done better with, but I suppose she's in that zone where they're probably telling her play straight. So she's trying to play everything in the arc in front of her.
She's already down into her batting stance long before Campbell gets to the top of her bowling mark. She is focused.
And again, this time she just tugged it because the long one is in position. She's trying to do something differently. Play the same shot. Don't be afraid to play it straight. You might, even if you get only a single, but play it straight. She was trying to tug it to the onside, trying to avoid hitting it to the long on fielder, but that's a long way for you to get more than enough time to get the single. And that's more. That's 4 runs. Well, it should be, but it's a long chase for Guthrie coming across, but she can't get to it. And that's 4 runs to Philip. She goes into double figures now. And the Windward Islands get ever so closer.
Yeah, full toss, and she could have put it anywhere she wanted. It's a bit of the bottom hand coming through. She knew that gap was there at mid-wicket. Put it all the way down to the boundary. 4 more. 33 for 4 to end the 14th over. And then now the target under 20 runs needed.
Well, if you're a superstitious person, after the same number of overs, they were 33 for 4. Or actually 34 for 4, I should say. So talk about level pegging.
There's the skipper bringing herself into the bowling attack. Abigail Bryce starts with a wide.
So now it's 34 for 4 now.
Just a little loosener. Still 14 overs. No legal ball yet. There's the first legal delivery in the over.
14 might be the mark to play in the playway later.
14 extras just whispered to us by the producer. Of course, 5 of those coming from the boundary. So helped along the way here, Windwards, by some bit of indifferent bowling from Jamaica.
Again, not able to pierce the offside field. And the frustration here for George is that you don't want her to just try to swing it through the onside and give her wicket away. But that's more like it. That too is going to run down the hill. That's 4 runs.
What do we know, Ruskin?
But she's been threatening the shot for so long.
What do we know? She was biding her time.
She played it so many times, didn't get through with it, and then finally she's able to make contact.
And very well executed in the end, keeping the hands low. Of course, she is already quite diminutive, and just keeping her hands low, rolling the wrist as she made contact. So she kept it along the ground, because there is that fielder right there at 45, short fine leg if you will, and then there is a fielder at forward square leg on the boundary. So rolling the wrist and getting it in that gap. She's just biding her time and showing what she can do.
And another wide signaled by the umpire.
Of course, Jamaica have to be careful here, because the target is under 20, and all that momentum prior to the drinks interval that they had taking wickets. Is that a drop catch?
Well,
by the expressions of the fielders, I think it
very well
was.
be.
By the expression of the wicket keeper in particular, Sutherland, I think she knows that she's dropped it.
But again, it's a delivery. She didn't even have to play it. She was just she touched it.
Yeah, she did touch it, and that took it out of Sutherland's gloves.
So that's a big break there for them. Because this partnership now is building.
End of the 15th over now, 39 for 4.
So remember, they only need another 13 runs.
And that's what I'm saying, that as this partnership builds, and 13 from the skipper, Natalia Phillip, Jamaica letting the game slip away just a tad.
And not only are they letting the game slip away, they're letting their chance of getting into the final slip away as well.
The more important point.
Yep.
Plummer helping the cause, another wide and another single, 2 more to the total, and into the 40s is 41. Can they find a way to string a couple of good deliveries together, Jamaica?
George, again, buoyed by that boundary there and being supported in the stands. Every shot is generating applause. And again, a full toss that she probably was thinking her eyes probably was opened up wide, but then she mishit it back to the bowler.
Yeah, the wry smile that she had at the end of that one tells you all you need to know.
It's a good length delivery. To be on the back foot, probably not the best choice.
And she's getting all the encouragement from her skipper at the other end. Just a little thumbs up to her.
So 41 for 4 here now. They're right there within touch me distance. 11 away. And they can't get a run there. But it's a wide. So
10 away.
Yep. So that will bring it down to 10 now. And the more this goes on, the more frustrated the Jamaicans will become, and the more anxious they'll become.
Yeah, I think the plan is simple from Windward's from here on out. It was to probably just leave Akila George at one end, face the deliveries, and the heavy lifting to be done by the skipper from the other end. You pointed it out a few overs ago that Phillip is just propped on her bat at the non-striker's end. Every dot ball that she plays, Akila George, she gets a thumbs up from her skipper. The important part being that she's protected her wicket.
Yeah,
she's not gotten out.
They've added 27 so far, this two. And make that 28.
Target now under 10.
So this will go down as a big upset. The cellar place team against the third place team, and Jamaica really just sort of fumbled it with the bat to get to just 51, and now with the ball they're having difficulty picking up wickets. 43 for 4 now after 16.
They started pretty well, the Jamaica. They managed to take those 4 wickets in quick succession prior to the drinks interval. And you felt at that point that Jamaica were on top and on their way to making a good fight of it. Of course, it's not over by a long stretch. 9 runs can probably seem like 90 runs with good bowling. Bryce has turned to her opening bowler, Miller, hoping that she can extract another wicket or 2.
She has to be careful with her length, though, because if she's too short, Phillips can pull hard.
There you go.
Yeah, there should be an easy single. So I'll bring it down to 8 now. Needed.
Yeah, this was something we pointed out about Miller a little bit earlier. She drags it down when she's trying to bowl quickly. When she gives it generous flight, still probably not in the perfect spot, but is on the side of full.
So George now takes center stage. Kayla George, he's on 8 from 52 deliveries. And she's going to take that. That's 1 more to the total. So now they are 45 for the loss of 4. 30-run partnership between these two.
Coming in good time as well, in 44 deliveries. Of course, the majority of that being a bit of an onslaught from the skipper.
So they're right there. They need 7 runs to get over the line, the Windward Islands. And this will be a huge win for them.
And I think it's good to see that Jamaica have been competitive though through this tournament, being able to be at that 3rd spot on the table. And
I think they'll be disappointed, bitterly disappointed, because they had a chance to get to the final. Not that it's over yet. They could pick up 3 or 4 quick wickets, but they certainly had their chance to put this to bed. But their batting let them down badly.
You did the toss earlier this morning, Erskine. Were you surprised by Abigail Bryce's choice to bat first?
Well, she said that they felt it would be better to bat on. The Windward's captain said she felt it would be better to bat on later. So if she had won the toss, she was going to do the same thing as well, bowl first. And then try and battle it on. So she's gotten her wish, you know, and it's a question of can she take advantage of it, and so far so good.
It'll be quite appropriate should she be there for the remaining 7 runs needed. As the 17th over comes to an end, there's 45 for 4. Victory target 52.
Yep, it's a great opportunity here for the Windward Islands, and you have to feel for Jamaica. They came into this game really with all to play for, knowing that everything was in front of them. But on the day, the batting just didn't click. Of course, aided and abetted by the brilliance of Selena Ross, who ended up with 6 for 4. And no, I'm not saying that wrong. It's 6 wickets for 4 runs.
Another wide here from Plummer as Bryce turns to her opening pair, who created those breakthroughs earlier.
Tension in your body.
And
46 now on the board.
So, of course, if the result goes the way that it is going, it will be a Barbados Leeward Islands finals here on Saturday. Trinidad and Tobago, if they win, they will jump above Jamaica, but they will have to play Jamaica for the bronze medal, if you will.
For 3rd place.
And then Guyana will finish their tournament playing against Windwards.
And that is hit into the gap, but they're not even keen on that. So it's almost as if they're waiting for her to club a boundary here. Now, she probably should have put that away, but it ended up going through the offside when it was short enough. If she wanted, there's a big gap in front in mid-wicket. There she goes, and she hits it, but she could be out, and she is. Well, she hit it straight down Campbell's throat at long on, and that could be the turning point here, as she has to go back. It was a short ball, probably hit it too straight. She really meant to hit it over mid-wicket. In the end, she picked out long on, and she has to go.
That's Campbell down there at long on, and is it not yet over? I'm not hearing anybody singing, so do we have another twist in this one? Now they only need 5 good deliveries, Jamaica, and they can get themselves into the finals.
Really, it was a rank long hop that she should have just put away. She probably should have hit it out the ground. Maybe that is what she was aiming for.
And she played a similar shot earlier. If you remember, when they put long on back, she pulled it exactly as you were saying, probably more to mid wicket.
That's another full toss that Plummer gets away with, but she will take it. She now has 4 for 12 in her 6 over. This is her final over, so Jamaica may still have an issue after this over.
That is Selena Ross, who's come to the wicket, and a loud appeal, and umpire Rajkumar raises the finger. We do have a little bit of a twist in this one, I tell you. Our producer is beside himself. Selena Ross, no foot movement, struck on the pad, and probably, in my estimation, probably missing leg stump. But that's the important gentleman raising his finger.
And that is 5 wickets for Brianna Plummer.
So we've had, this would make it the 4th 5-fer in this round of matches.
So now, 46 for 6. So they still need those runs.
Looking to go back, probably could have gone forward to that delivery. And our estimation is just a missing leg stump.
Height as well.
Yeah. Probably a bit unfortunate, Selena Ross, after such a good day. Of course, we get the opportunity to look back at it as many times as we want. Umpire Rajkumar has one look at it, and in his estimation, it was going to hit the leg stump. And you see it here at real time. Imagine that in real time. That's all the umpire gets. But Jamaica are back in it, 6 down. They need 4 deliveries.
So Reed is back into the attack here now.
Still 6 runs adrift of their victory target.
Shadir Seaman is out there.
George also out there, Keela George, still battling on. And probably doing the job she was asked to do. Just hold up one end, not get out, and we're going to make the target.
But this is where extras now loom large because they've had a fair sprinkling of those. And so Jamaica has to be very, very precise here now and eliminate the wides as much as possible.
Nijani Komabach, Brianna Haricharan, Selena Ross, and now Brianna Plummer, all with 5-fers. And this final match day of the round-robin phase.
And that's hit nicely. They go for 1. Are they going to come back for a second? No, because she turned blindly again. She just dipped the bat and was trying to turn and head back up the road, but there was no chance that she was going to make it Seaman anywhere back in time. So now she's going to have to face the music. So an interesting contest now all of a sudden. Little excitement. Should be 47 on the board. It's 47 for 6 now. So they're right there, 5 away. So Seaman waits. The field is being jostled around here, trying to make sure that they get it right.
Ball not bouncing that much. And I think that's down to the speeds of the bowlers rather than the pitch being that deteriorated.
So Reed have to be careful here because if she could pull a short ball over the head of the mid-wicket fielder, that could be golden. If she's too short, so that completes the over. So quickly now they're sprinting into positions now. 47 for 6.
And 19 overs completed.
So who is it? Who's going to take over now for Plummer?
Campbell has the ball in hand.
Well, this could be the game here, really, because I don't know if Campbell is as consistent as she should be, but there's no better time for her to come up trumps than the present.
She is the fastest of the bowlers, so maybe she can get that pace to work for her, but she definitely has to land the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, she has to eliminate the wides. That's the one thing I don't want to be giving up at this stage. So there is a third man on the boundary.
And that's the ball. That's where you want to be. That's right bang on target.
Yeah, but I can imagine the two batters now. Where do you get a single here? Square leg, third man. Those probably, or even down to fine leg. If you pass the short fine leg, you're in business.
Bang on target.
It's
Good pace and good fielding of her own bowling.
Yeah, she's under pressure here because any error at all.
That's what you get in tournaments and match situations, real-time matches that you don't get in the nets and you don't get in an academy. Just a fraction wider this one, but still good length and generating good pace, and she's generating that pace. And you look at her, she is very athletic, probably the most athletic of the fast bowlers I've seen, if not in the tournament, at least today. You mentioned earlier, one of the young ladies looks like she's played another sport. She looks like she can run for Jamaica.
Can they all?
Bang on target again, and this is turning out to be a wonderful over from Campbell.
Yeah, that's just what the doctor ordered for the Jamaicans, but she has to finish it. That's the critical part of this stage of the game here now, where they only need 5 runs. She wipes her hands, she dries off her hands here now.
Don't want any of that sweat to cause the ball to slip out.
Remember, it's Campbell who took the catch to get rid of Phillip at long on. And another good. Yep.
As we see, another coat of paint, another coat of varnish on those stumps, and she may have been in the business. Campbell just past that off stump under the bat.
Yep. And you look at her mechanics, and she does have pretty good mechanics. Her run-up is not a long one, but it's of a good length. She's fairly aggressive when she gets to the wicket, and look at how her left hand goes up. And right on target. That should be the single. Yes, it is. It was always going to be a single at square leg, and they decide to go for it. So one more to the kitty. Takes it out to 48 now for the loss of those 6 wickets.
Yeah, good over from Campbell. Just that one run in it, so keeping some pressure on Jamaica, and they still have all to fight for, still have that spot in the finals to play for. 47 for 6.
Which actually should be
48 for 6 now after 20th over. Yeah. And there's still 4 runs adrift of their target.
Yep, 4 singles will do nicely.
Kayla George
A wide and 3 singles.
Or wide down to the boundary, maybe.
3 wide and 2 wides and 2 singles. Any combination will do.
Of course, Kayla George continues to soldier on and keep her wicket intact, which is probably the important thing at this juncture.
She just has to keep her nerves now. She cannot give it away here.
I tell you, she'll be ecstatic should the winning runs come off of her bat. She is going to be over the moon.
Again, now they've opened up that square leg position again for them to try to sneak a quick single, because they've moved the mid wicket a little squarer, and they brought the deep square leg, the forward, the one on the boundary, around. So if they could get it close to the square leg umpire, they could get a quick single there.
She plays it in front of square.
She needed to play it squarer and run. But I'm not sure if the player at the other end is ready to run. Because, these are just the little things that you're looking at now in terms of how are they going to get this run, or 2 runs, or 4 runs. And everybody is looking at the umpire to see if the umpire would signal a wide. She says no.
What Reed wants to do here is just follow up that over from Campbell, not give anything away. She's flirting with that wide line though. Just hanging the ball outside that off stump, inviting George to have a go.
And George probably has to either hit it later or hit it over the top. And But she's in her own little world here. She's just taking her time. So I have this under control. She's on to 10.
I
Her
quite
captain made 14, so they are the principal scorers.
and I quite like what I've seen from Kayla George. Despite
And
probably
she's going to get the wide this time. So that brings it down by 1 now to 3 required. It's 14-9 now for 6.
despite not being able to probably churn out the singles and turn over the strike as often as we would like, you look at her in defense.
And again,
And just as I'm saying that, she has a flirt with one outside the off stump that she could have left.
Yeah,
But her
that's the-
defenses have been good.
that's the one remember she got dropped on 8.
And that's the very first basic you need to have.
Flirting with one outside that off stump as well. So that's an area that she wants to score, but it could be her death knell. And here she is trying to sweep, and she's out, sweeping at a ball that really, it kept very low indeed. And she was in the wicket, swinging away. Now, the thing is, did the ball bounce a second time before it actually got to her?
I think by her expression, she hit the ball actually. I think it came off the under edge of the bat because she looked back at umpire Laurie immediately and almost shrugged the shoulders. Why am I out? Of course, the umpire gets one look. We can get this look.
Oh, it hit the bat.
Yeah, and that's what I
actually
thought at
hit-
the immediate, that she did hit it into the ground.
And no, it
and
hit
then-
the back of the bat and then onto her leg. It
Yeah.
hit the back of the bat and jumped up on her leg.
Unfortunately, umpire Laurie giving it out. It can't be changed now.
Actually, they're bringing her back. I think they realized that the mistake was made and they're calling her back. And that is the correct decision because I think they recognize, not that they have third umpires or anything like that, but I think in the spirit of the game, they recognize that a big error was made there. And now the umpire is changing the call. And because she recognized that she did hit the ball, and then it went onto her leg. Now the leg was in front of the stumps, but because she made contact, it meant that she was not out. So she lives to fight another day. And another twist in the game here.
Of course, we get to see it again and again. Melissa Laurie only had one look at it. And sometimes when a batter plays those type of shots, you don't always realize when it comes off the bat. Sometimes the bat obscures your vision. It takes your vision side to side. So all Melissa Laurie may have seen is the ball ricocheting into her thigh. She was down on one knee, of course, playing a sweep shot. But again, they're always low-hanging fruit, the umpires. We always can throw a stone or two at those low-hanging fruits when they do the wrong thing. But today, they must be given a lot of kudos, correcting this decision, and then earlier in the day, being alert enough to see about the player's safety, umpire Raj Kumar. And
So 49 for 6 it is right now. So they still need 3 runs
away.
And so they right within reach out and touch me distance here, the Windward Islands, to pull off their biggest victory of this tournament.
Campbell will have other ideas as she stands at the top of a mark on the northern end of the ground.
The captain doing the smart thing. She's bringing everybody in. She's not giving them an easy single.
Saving apart the third, the fielder at third.
So Campbell is from around the wicket now, so she has to be careful. And right under the bat she's going.
Of course, you can understand why the third has been left back on the boundary. She is quite the quick bowler, Campbell. Any little edges, you don't want it running past a short third fielder, so you give her that cover that she can go a bit fuller if she wants to with her pace.
Well, Seaman has to be alert here because she's probably going to try to pitch it right up in the block hole.
Takes it wider and
that's a
more.
wide. Well. And so that brings it down to 50s on the board here now. So they need 2.
Take it off.
So they're 2 away, 1 to tie and 2 to win.
No chances of a super over? Of course, we don't have super overs in this tournament.
I think Mitchell Stark went back to Well, if he's staying for the white ball series, he's not in Trinidad.
But this definitely, should they complete those 2 runs as we feel they should, they will be buoyed by the victory, and it should take some confidence as they move on forward into their careers.
And she touches it, and this is going to be a single, so the scores are level now, 51 on the board for the Windward Islands. And so they are really smelling it now.
And with that single, it now means that Jamaica cannot get into the final.
Yep.
Even if for some odd reason rain
lose all the
comes or
wickets.
something happens, they can't, because the scores are level. And we've already had enough overs to constitute a match.
Well, there might be another, we never know, they could lose 2 quick wickets here, and then all kind of tension going on here. This is the cricket, as we say, is a game of glorious uncertainties.
And almost on cue, 50 runs on the board as well for Trinidad and Tobago under 19. They're just 20 runs away from victory, chasing 71 for victory. So they would probably leapfrog Jamaica in the standings. That's going to do a world of good to the confidence for the TNT girls as well. Jamaica are going to have to pick themselves up. Are they going for it?
Now they decide against it. She thought about it, Seaman. But then she probably got the loudest no that she ever heard in her life.
What do you say to a team like Jamaica, who just seem to let it slip away in the last couple of matches they've played, today and on Tuesday, having 2 bad games?
But you're seeing this with the Jamaican men's team as well, the senior team also. So it's nothing new. That is it. That is the victory there. It's gone for 4. And what a way to bring up the victory here. 4 runs to you-know-who, George. And congratulations to the Windward Islands. Look at what it means to them, as they just won the World Cup.
I tell you, Kayla George would be ecstatic and over the moon. The other side of that coin is her team. She's going to get the biggest set of hugs, the biggest congratulations from her team, because she stuck it out, Kayla George. A lot of times it looked like she was not going to get the ball off the square. But what she did well is just secured her wicket, kept her wicket intact, not lose focus, stay astute and steady in her defenses, trust it. Got a couple of bad deliveries, hit a couple of boundaries, and in the end carried her team over the line. So Windward Islands will finish the round-robin phase with a victory. They'll have to play Guyana probably on Saturday.
So the players, the teams congratulate each other. And I was just trying to see what her final score was. So the Windward Islands getting to 55 for 6 in 21 overs and 4 balls.
And I'll give you that scorecard here.
And what a performance by them, as they winning this game by 4 wickets.
Remaining not out on 14, as her captain scored 14 as well.
George was 14 not out.
And that proved to be the backbone of their batting. And the extras playing its part, 24 extras, all of them wides in fact. So Jamaica do have some cleaning up to do in their bowling up department. They will play once that other game, Trinidad and Guyana, goes the way it's trending presently. They will have to play Trinidad and Tobago with Jamaica on Saturday for the 3rd place spot. And Windward Islands will play Guyana for the 5th place spot. And the finals will be the teams that started the day on top the table, Barbados versus the Leewards, right here on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time.
So they just flipped the script because the Leewards were leaders coming into today. And by the end of the day, the Barbadians are the ones who have taken over top spot. Not that it's going to mean much come Saturday, but they had a dress rehearsal today, and Barbados showed their qualities there, leaving the Leeward Islands with work to do, so to speak. But again, here, Jamaica really had everything in their favor. They were playing the bottom team in the championships, and a victory was all they needed. And instead, they came up short, losing by 4 wickets in the end. The Windward Islands, needing 52 for a victory, got to 55 for 6. And they secured victory by 4 wickets. So that's the situation here. We look forward to your company again come Saturday when we do it all over again. But just let me say kudos to Brianna Plummer. Her 7 overs ended up with 5 for 12. So a stunning display from her. Good, consistent bowling. And she would be happy with that. But I don't think she'll be very thrilled that her team ended up losing the game despite her splendid bowling effort. So that is the story here as we see you on Saturday. And of course, earlier Selena Ross set it up nicely. Selena Ross set it up for the Windward Islands with her 6 for 4 from her 7 overs. And not equal, but also impressive was Brianna Plummer with her 5 for 12 from her 7 overs. So that is the situation here. Victory to the Windward Islands. And I'm sure they'll be happy like papi, as they say this evening. Somehow dinner is going to feel going to taste so much better for them. And I don't think the Jamaicans will be thrilled. They probably won't want to eat at all until Saturday. So that is the story from us. I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much. And we look forward to your company again on Saturday.